Currently, our advertising platforms have been suspended without any reason. This is a difficult time for us. We will continue to work hard and dedicate ourselves to you, but we also greatly need your support. The funds that you donate through Give Send Go are the main source of money for us to continue covering expenses. If you find value in what we are doing, please continue to support and accompany us by selecting the monthly donate package for us via Give Send Go at the link below. Restored Republic relies solely upon donations from people like you to keep our site functional and free to use. Make America great again. God bless America. God bless us all.
All right, folks, welcome to Nino's Corner.tv, continued from YouTube. And let me just say, I'm with the Ghost again. Thank you, Ghost, for joining me.
You got it, buddy.
I'm just going to say what I wanted to say on YouTube, and that is this. How I see this playing out is Trump is letting Iran and Israel exhaust their resources while the Iron Dome gets cracked. I think the whole time Netanyahu has been holding that card, that wild card of an attack on American soil. That is why and who would do that would be the Israeli intelligence, MOSSAD. And I think that is why he came out and said it's Tel Aviv today, New York tomorrow. I think Trump waited to neutralize that threat and let the bombing start so that way they could exhaust each other out. And now Trump neutralized that threat. And that being said, now that he neutralized that threat, he's saying, okay, now I'm going to wait 2 weeks. Now Israel is in it. They have no choice but to cooperate with whatever Trump brings in 2 weeks because Trump neutralized the Mossad threat on our soil, and I think he always planned on doing this. I just want to get your thoughts on this, Ghost, because what I think is Netanyahu came out with a clear and blatant threat saying Tel Aviv today could be New York tomorrow. You know, American, you don't play along with what we're going to do with Iran, we will take you out. And I think Trump knew that. He waited till the last second, neutralized that threat, and now he's telling Benjamin Netanyahu, guess what, we're waiting. Now, that's all theory.
Yeah.
I think it sounds beautiful. It sounds great to me, but I think that it could be what's happening. And now they don't have the resources to go another 2 weeks in this war. Now that the Iron Dome has been cracked, what's your thoughts, Ghost? Thank you.
Well, it fits. And let's not forget comments Netanyahu has made in the past about this country. You remember the comment that basically breaking a country down from the inside. He was talking directly about the U.S., and this is what we do to countries we don't like. And most Americans who've been indoctrinated into support Israel, support the people of Israel all day long. Amen to that. But this particular regime and this man who's been over it for 17 years, the power's gone to his head. There are many factions there, 6 primary ones. They always are arguing amongst each other. Several have got together. He's facing real criminal charges, and like I said in the other broadcast, they don't hesitate to put prime ministers or former prime ministers in jail if they've acted in such a way. I think he's overplayed all the hands he's had, and number one, we're not going to play along with it. We don't have to, because the leverage component is, I think, at its least as it's been in many years, meaning, well, the Lindsey Grahams of the world, I'm sure they're leveraged out the ass. Because I think there's things about Lindsey that he doesn't want out there, and other rhinos. That's why they remain rhinos. They are compromised. And compromised by several, but one of them mainly being Mossad. And it's not all Mossad. Again, it's the same thing going on there as everywhere else. The good and the bad kind of struggling for position. Same internal politics, same nonsense. However, I think Netanyahu was betting on the fact that it'll be business as usual, maybe not quite, but enough that we can still get away with what we want to do. Get the big brute to step in, get the big dumb Goy to step in between us and what we're fucking with right now, Iran. And I think Iran has played it in such a way that they've used up all their old shit weapons that they don't give a damn about, that are just harassment weapons in the most part. You're getting at that rate, you're having an unbalanced response, but the only response available in the Iron Dome is to fire very expensive ordnance up each time that may be even being interfered with by, say, Chinese provided services, like we've provided intel and reconnaissance services to Israel for this.
Well, I've heard that's
little
why they're
fight.
I've heard that's why they're able to crack the Iron Dome, is because they're using Chinese technology.
Yeah, that and depletion, and in doing so, causing a further depletion of these very expensive technically laden missiles that they can't be replaced and replenished as quickly as this scenario being drug out would allow. And there's your crack in the dome. Interference, battlefield type interference, as far as jamming of radar. But at the same time, if you're firing your garbage first, like I said before, no one knows if they have hypersonics in reserve. They have several dozen hypersonics in reserve, and God forbid they have one warhead. Iron Dome is not stopping those kinds of weapons, and you're seeing it play out to the very end. How it ends, I think President Trump and the administration are very wise in saying, "Well, we'll sit back, we'll wait and see, we'll watch," because we're not going to be used as their go-to to respond to all of this in force. I think they'd like nothing more than American boots on the ground. That's not going to happen. Get past the American parents.
They really want, and we're also flushing out the warmongers here, like Ted Cruz. I think Tucker Carlson did a brilliant job of that. We're flushing out all kinds of warmongers. We're seeing exactly who they are. They're in the spotlight. The people that want this war, they want to send our American troops to war, and Trump is not going to do it, man. I know for a fact he's not going to play that card. He's going to let Israel and Iran exhaust themselves, expose Obama, expose Netanyahu, expose Israel, and get the checkmate, right?
Yep. And many will be exposed, not just the big names that everybody wants to see fry, but others. And, he's doing it right.
But
we're not rushing in. We haven't dropped the penetrating ordnance, none of that yet. And still a very wise position to be in.
But if he does make that move, if he does hit Iran with a bunker busting bomb, we're in it now. Right?
Say that again. I got a little interference.
I said, if Trump decides to come to Israel's aid and hit Iran with a bunker busting bomb and hit Iran with a strike, that means all systems go, we're in it now, we're guilty. We're in the war, right? If he does that. Which then in return, terrorist attacks here on American soil from, Hezbollah, Hamas?
Yeah, I think all of those across the border that out of the 21 to 30 million that crossed the border like a waterfall in the last 4 years, prior to that and during that, it was an estimated over 100,000 trained insurgents from various Middle Eastern countries, Iran, Yemen, Afghanistan, Jordan, Syrians. They've all been caught. Not caught, all of them, but all representing these groups and more, and North African also, are here. They're not the ones running around talking out loud on burner phones. They're what you'd call terror cells. And yes, they're here. It'd be a disservice not to tell people that they were here. And that's why people need to be prepared. And then we've discussed in the YouTube broadcast, urban and rural. All right, what you'll see, and if anything is let's say set alight on American soil, is you'll see it in rural areas just as you will in urban areas. And why? That casts a wider net of fear response, because there are police, county, municipal, and state police all across the country have been, since the end of last year, intently on the lookout for those who fit a Middle Eastern profile. Oh, too bad you're being profiled, fuck you. That are casing churches, community centers, city halls of small towns in the middle of rural counties with very little, where the entire county has a population of 500. Everyone needs to keep their head on a swivel and be vigilant, though the president and the administration are playing it right. They're sitting back. Let them exhaust themselves. And let's see who comes to the table first. Because I think Netanyahu and his advisors made a very big mistake in assumption that they would get us to act with all the leverage of so many people here. I can't tell you, and I think the audience should look this up, how many members of Congress have, provided by AIPAC or because they were compromised nastily, because they're nasty people. I'm not saying all of them, saying your typical rhino and a lot of your lefties, they're in the same boat. That has nothing to do with the political affiliation at this point. What it has to, that's only on a surface level, a surface observation with the bullshit nonsense that's reported on the 4 a.m. script dump to you about what's going on in DC every day. Screw all that. Beneath the surface, you have compromised and uncompromised. Those who can be leveraged and those who can't. And you have the Lindsey Grahams of the world running around acting like little war hawks. Well, Lindsey, why don't you put the bottle down for a day and suit up, throw some class 4 armor on, see if you can make it from there to the bathroom without wheezing. Your big mouth is running. Yeah, let's get out there. And Tucker Cruz pushing Ted Cruz on the issue. Amen. Tucker, you notice the optics, and they're true because Tucker did a service by pushing him to the surface. So you see where I'm going with this.
100%.
The networks that they have here of those who are compromised and what they have in place here as far as personnel, it's not working. And it's not going to work in this situation. You're not going to be able to blow that dog whistle and expect the big goy of America to stand up and fight this battle for you. You started it. Remember what I said to you last week? I'm very interested. What's very interesting to me is the timing of all this, why they did it now. And I said that'll become clear in the days to come. Well, he's facing a lot of charges in criminal activities there regarding funding, regarding many things. And again, I said before, they don't hesitate to prosecute a prime minister or a former one and throw them into jail. He's had 17 years total at the helm. And look at what he's trying to do. Force the hand prior to the 6th, 7th announcements of the BRIC nations that will be economically destabling. No one is talking about that. They don't want to send the crypto and the stock market into any type of little, childish type of recoil. And it doesn't matter because only 20% of investors in the stock market actually get fucked over. The rest is owned by your less than 1%. So the stock market, I don't give a shit what happens to that either way. But I do see a lot of issues with other, let's say, trading mechanisms and negotiable instruments out there. Yes, that's all well and good. Bottom line is, we could not be pulled into even striking deep nuclear targets until that moment is necessary for our needs. America first doesn't mean we cast aside the people of Israel or other allies. No, not at all. It means we cast aside the undue and unwarranted influence they have over parties and persons in this country. And I say the word parties and persons specifically. I don't have time to break that down. Those who know what I'm referring to. But in the end, they pulled a boner. They wanted to get it in while the money was available, and the extra billion in reserve would be available, making it over $4.5 billion that would go to them to finance what they're doing now. The Iranians are expending all the shit weaponry they don't really need or want anymore. God knows what they have in reserve. You hear it back and forth, intelligence saying they don't have any nuclear warheads. Again, as the American spectator, which all of us are in a sense, you can't trust that either, because it's been too long. Look how easy it was for North Korea to get a warhead. Do you think they spent half of what Iran has as far as nuclear facilities, let's say breeder type reactors that could create nuclear fuel in the end? No, they didn't. So there is no guarantee in any way, shape, or form that they don't have one or two warheads, and they're not holding hypersonics in reserve. Meanwhile, they've cracked the Iron Dome because the expenditure to replenish those missiles and the time frame and logistics involved in replacing them appears not to be there. So we're looking at,
right.
I think the president and the administration are and the brains are handling it the best way. We've got all the time in the world, and you want to fuck around and find out. You want to, if it traces back to you events in this country, woe be to you, Netanyahu. If it traces back to Iranian-backed trained insurgents in this country, woe be to you, Iran. But I think either way, if we were to step in and start hitting hardened facilities, we need to be doing it with the evidence to show the world we have justification at this point. Not just because Israel blew the dog whistle and the typical usual actors stepped up to scream, we've got to help them now. Because I don't care what it says in the Bible. Supporting or defending the Jew is one thing if they are under undue attack. By all means. No one ever can accuse me of being anti-Semitic. But when it comes to ideological regimes that are serving the globalist agenda, well, you can kiss my ruby red ass. And that's what America is basically saying in this instance. You're not going to get us to jump in willy-nilly. If we jump in, there's going to be a reason. And you're both going to be breathing very hard at that time. And then we're going to dictate the terms. Simple.
This is about to get really interesting. And then July 4th is the celebration, right? So I would imagine the meat and the bones of this will be wrapped up in at that point, you think? Or do you think this, depending on who I talk to, some people are telling me July 4th, a lot of this will be wrapped up. Others are telling me this is going to go on for months.
It could go on for months, but I see a reason for it being wrapped up. And that is the announcements of the BRICS nations coming on the 6th and 7th. The 4th of July is on a Friday. The markets close on a Thursday here. Friday will be Friday, Saturday, and Sunday days off. Other markets are open 24/7 in the Far East and other areas in the world. Bottom line, what effect is their announcement of going off the petrodollar as the reserve currency going to have on us?
So this is going to be big what BRICS decides right here in the next.
Right. Well, they've already decided. They're just making their announcement on it. But nobody's talking about that. Nobody's looking at that because that means a lot of panic and stupid moves on the in Wall Street. And Wall Street's a joke at this point. Again, 80% of Wall Street is financed by less than 1%. The other 20% is all of you out there who are heavily invested in the stock market. I would secure safe positions today if I could, if I were in your shoes. Just my opinion. I'm not a financial advisor. I'm just saying if it were me, I'd be doing that, putting it into real hard assets, low yield or zero yield, such as precious metals, that would maintain your wealth, if not increase it in the long run. But if you don't want to lose a few 100,000, a few million, if you're that kind of investor, I'd be very careful of what I have in that based on these announcements coming on the 6th and 7th. When you're going off the reserve currency of the petrodollar and going to full gold backing, back to transactions and full gold backing for your currencies, we've got, again, President Trump, before he was elected, was saying we have got to move into this new realm and we've got to dominate it. So I think all of this is playing out. In truth, it will all serve that agenda to secure this country, not only in our commercial foundation, but it'll set a foundation for the future where we will compete at the top level, remain the number one economy on the planet, and dominate the gold-backed market and the newer ways of doing transactions. Again, that's out there ad nauseum. I'm not saying Nasera Gesera, stop all that. There are aspects of that, yes, that apply. That has a whole different history. And no, you're not going to sit on your ass and collect money and watch everything be no, it's not going to work that way. None of this is done without pain and pressure on everyone here and abroad. It's not going to be a painless transition. And too many believe it is.
Yeah, I mean, this is something, go ahead.
Go ahead.
This is something that's, you're going to rip the Band-Aid. It's going to be a lot of pain for now, and it's going to be brutal and it's going to hurt a lot of people, but it's for the betterment of the country.
Absolutely. I would rather suffer the pain for my children, your children, everyone's children and grandchildren. I would rather in my opinion, we should take the brunt now so that our future within the coming months and years becomes far brighter, and that for our children and grandchildren becomes something we're not even imagining right now. Yeah, people be very aware of all of this playing out. Be very aware of the threats that exist within this country. Be very aware of what you see unfolding in the Middle East, because the posture of sitting back and watching and waiting, I think, will benefit the entire situation in the end. Are we going to have a Cuban Missile Crisis moment? Chances are, with the back and forth, that's what it's going to come to. It's been expected that happens. But in the end, no matter what happens, we're going to get through it.
Amen.
This week, in total secrecy, the 71st Bilderberg meeting was held at a luxury hotel in Stockholm, Sweden. No press conferences, no public oversight. just a carefully selected group of global elites, tech billionaires, royals, intelligence chiefs, and unelected bureaucrats. And according to a whistleblower from inside the meeting, the agenda was clear. They officially endorsed the outbreak of World War III, intended not just to redraw borders, but to reduce and reshape Western nations, clearing the path for something far more sinister, a one-world government. And in the days since that decision, the world has already been turned upside down. War has erupted between Israel and Iran. Alliances are fracturing. Escalation is accelerating. It's not coincidence, it's choreography. And here's the chilling part. The blueprint for global rule, the plan to collapse the old world and replace it with a centralized technocratic regime, has never been this detailed or this close. Earlier this week, the global elites gathered once again, this time in total secrecy, at a luxury hotel in Stockholm for the 71st Bilderberg meeting. On the guest list, Albert Bourla, the CEO of Pfizer, the top brass from the World Economic Forum, Peter Thiel and Alex Karp, the founders of Palantir, senior executives from the WF and the WHO, US politicians from both sides of the aisle, and a whole lot more. And what's on the agenda? Depopulation and replacement migration. Yes, you heard that right. After 71 years, they're openly discussing how to reduce populations and reshape the demographics of the West. No wonder globalists from the US and Canada went to desperate lengths to avoid being seen. And yet, not a single headline in the mainstream press, not a single camera, no questions, no accountability. Why? The Bilderberg Group operates under Chatham House rules, meaning the media are barred from covering these meetings. But many of the very journalists who work for legacy outlets like New York Times, The Economist and Bloomberg are actually in the room. Think about that. The people who are supposed to hold power to account are sipping cocktails with power behind closed doors. They are invited to attend, but they're not allowed to report on anything they see or hear. That alone should tell you everything you need to know about who they really are. Mainstream journalists are not watchdogs, they're collaborators. They're not there to shine a light on the powerful, they're there to shield them from it.
Of the entire world.
This isn't journalism, this is complicity. And this is why the rise of citizen journalists and independent media is vital in destroying the New World Order and holding globalists to account. Shadowy intelligence operatives and military-linked power players were present at Bilderberg this year, reportedly to finalise plans for triggering World War III. A final global catastrophe the elite believe they need to pave the way for a new world order. According to a whistleblower with knowledge of the closed-door sessions, the presence of Palantir co-founders Peter Thiel and Alex Karp was no coincidence. Both men are on the record advocating for the US to open not one, not two, but a three-front war, a military fantasy that borders on suicidal. Anyone with a shred of military understanding knows that a two-front war is a massive gamble. A three-front war? That's not a strategy, it's sabotage. These globalist billionaires aren't even pretending to prioritise peace, stability or national interests. Their agenda is clear. Plunge the US and the broader Western world into chaos and collapse. Then reshape what remains in their image. Exactly as the Bilderberg Group made clear in the first meeting in 1954. They're not hiding it anymore. The masks are off. And, according to well-placed sources on the inside, what we're seeing is nothing short of a deliberate march towards engineered destruction. The plan to use global war as a gateway to a one-world government isn't new. It's been in the works for centuries, quietly passed down through think tanks, dynasties and secretive summits. Now, the globalists are putting the final pieces in place. This year's Bilderberg meeting in Sweden will go down in history as the moment the elites gave their silent approval, the green light to ignite World War III. Not as a last resort, but as a calculated step towards collapsing the old world and constructing a new world order in its place.
But I think it's of the utmost importance to cover this particular event, because what we're talking about here, what we're dealing with, is around 120 people on average. And these are some of the most powerful and influential people in the world. We're talking about the heads of finance, heads of military, the politicians and royalty and media moguls, and a lot of people who can really pull the strings on world-shaping events. So often when you come, you get an idea of some of the things you can expect to see in the near future just by simply paying attention to who they are inviting.
The pieces are moving. The infrastructure of control is being built under the cover of war. According to a source on the inside, the mood behind closed doors wasn't just tense, it was apocalyptic.
You want to know their plan? All right, but you need to understand, this isn't just speculation anymore. I was there, and the things they were talking about have already started happening. You've got to understand, these people are on edge. These aren't the smug, untouchable elites you see on magazine covers. Not anymore. They're jittery and paranoid, afraid the trap they set for the world is about to snap shut on them instead. Klaus Schwab has already been pushed aside. He failed to deliver the outcomes they needed fast enough. And now, the others are panicking. There's real fear among them. They know 2025 is the year the world must change dramatically. Or no more slow burn strategies, no more half measures. They're limited proxy wars. This time, it's all or nothing. On the first day of the summit, before the cocktails were even finished, they gave the green light for Israel to escalate. I watched them raise their glasses, laughing and toasting as if it were some kind of twisted celebration, a champagne-fueled send-off for the start of a war that could end. They wanted to spiral. They wanted to drag in the US, then Russia, then China, and finally the rest of the world. A full-scale holy war. One that fractures every system, every alliance, every illusion of order we still cling to. They've set the dominoes up, and all it takes is one push. They even spoke openly, gleefully, about the use of next-generation weapons. The kind that don't just wipe out cities, they wipe out continents. If the US takes the bait, we're looking at wastelands where nations once stood.
The only No Kings protest we need right now should be aimed directly at the people behind those Bilderberg doors. Strip away the secrecy, end the Chatham House rules. Shine a light on the unelected, unaccountable elites who pretend to rule with benevolence while eroding every cornerstone of free society. They don't speak for us, they weren't chosen by us, and they have no right to shape the future for us. They are illegitimate kings of the modern age. And the irony is, while they cloak themselves in secrecy to protect their power, it's their very secrecy that reveals the truth of who they are. And the tide is beginning to turn. More and more people are waking up, and they're not staying silent. On his way to Israel after authorizing the war, Peter Thiel was confronted by a member of the public, called out face to face for his meetings with Jeffrey Epstein and his role in the unfolding chaos. The era of quiet complicity is coming to an end. The 1% of the 1% and their loyal foot soldiers in the media and political classes are marching in lockstep. To them, the Great Reset isn't a theory, it's a mission. And the faster they can dissolve national borders, reduce the Western population, and usher in a global government, the better. The fact that ordinary people reject their twisted, almost fantastical vision doesn't faze them in the slightest. Their detachment from humanity is so complete, they see public resistance not as a warning, but as an obstacle to crush. But the future isn't theirs to claim, and no matter how fiercely they tighten their grip, the world is stirring. People are waking up. And we're not just demanding answers anymore, we want justice, real justice.
Tomorrow, June 21st, is the summer solstice, and every year the Satanists like to have some big fire sacrifice event to commemorate the summer solstice. And obviously this year is the big attack on Iran, but it's blowing up in their faces big time. There's a bunch of reasons for this. First of all, the whole world knows that Benjamin Netanyahu has been saying that Iran's about to get a nuclear weapon, and so we have to attack them immediately for more than 30 years. And so nobody's being fooled. Now, the other thing that we need to note is that on June 11th, Netanyahu was in court facing criminal charges, and he said, "Oh, I feel sick," and they postponed the court date. The next day, he nearly lost an election, a vote in the Israeli parliament, and lost power. So basically, he tried to start this Iran war in part to get, avoid going to jail, and also avoid a complete collapse of his regime, which would mean, of course, jail and war crimes charges for him and his cabinet. And they're very desperately trying to avoid this. Turkey Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, Russia, all these countries are aligned with Iran. And that means that militarily, Israel cannot hope to prevail, even if the U.S. Central Command tries to do something. They just don't have the power, and they don't have the support. Saudi Arabia is allowing Iranian flights to attack Israel over their territory, but they're not allowing Israeli flights over their territory to attack Iran. So that should tell people what's going on. But I think the bigger story is still that the United States corporation and its Zionist owners are bankrupt, and they're trying very hard to avoid declaring bankruptcy by starting World War III. And it's not going to happen. What is clear is that the United States in its current form cannot be reformed. They cannot save themselves from declaring bankruptcy. Discretionary spending is only 15% of their budget. It's not enough to deal with it. Even all these DOGE cuts were only a fraction of the debt. The U.S. now pays more money on interest than it does on defense. And remember, they shouldn't be paying any interest. The U.S. government should be producing its own money and not borrowing from Zionist bankers. So the United States is in a state of hopeless debt slavery, and there's no way around it. The Dragon family offer of unlimited or virtually unlimited funding is still on the table, but we just need to wait for this entire thing to collapse, and it will collapse. The G7 had their big meeting this week in Canada, and they invited, a lot of other countries. But if I look at their statements and everything, they're basically not really influential anymore. The biggest takeaways I had was that Prime Minister Mark Carney of Canada did not mention carbon credits or climate change, and DEI was removed from the list. So that indicates that there has been a fundamental shift in policy direction away from that. So that's a good sign. But Donald Trump showed up, but he refused to meet Macron and Zelensky. In other words, he did not want to talk to the Rothschilds in Europe, and left without doing that. So we're still stuck with the French Rothschilds and their little group of European and Canadian politicians under their control. But they do have to negotiate a surrender or some kind of deal, because nothing else is going to work. China and the U.S. both need to have a jubilee. They need to reboot their respective financial and economic systems. And, the mechanisms are there, but so far the decision making hasn't reached the crisis level we need for it to happen. So it looks like we're going to keep watching an implosion of the United States over the coming month or so. I don't know how long it's going to last, but clearly there's still some residues that have to be dealt with. The U.S. military has been authorized to take action inside California. This is huge development. The Trump administration or the U.S. military is saying they're justifying this because it's a foreign invasion. They're probably right, but I'm hoping this will mean a white hat takeover of the Silicon Valley complex, so that the internet can continue to provide us with truth and freedom of information and all the good things that it does. But overall, I think the conclusion we need to reach is that the situation with Iran is not going to lead to a nuclear war. The Zionists are not going to be able to start some kind of Holocaust event.
Evan, we have our last question for today. Kim Gogan has just posted her usual nonsense. I want to know what you make of this statement she put out tonight. It says, intelligence agency statement, their massive campaign began late last night, early morning. Pentagon is at DEFCON 1 as they hit, quote, the wrong button, which pointed sophisticated weapons straight at D.C. Pentagon and Langley within the last hour. Pentagon got caught firing weapons from Israel to Iran and vice versa. It is not the Israelis/Iranians, it's the Americans. There is another planned assassination attempt on fake Trump planned for tomorrow to be blamed on the Russians. We are in the full heat of things at this moment. We have this. Stay tuned and stay safe. I will do my best to get a report out in the morning, worst case out by the end of Sunday. In all the time I have been doing this, it has never been this bad. What are your thoughts on this statement?
I don't have her sources, or I'm not sure if it's a her or artificial intelligence, but what is clear is that there's been a huge push by the Zionists. It's sort of like what they call a Hail Mary attempt to get out of their trouble by starting World War III. They've called in all their agents. I forgot to mention this during my talk, but both the Iranians and the British intelligence confirmed that, as well as MOSSAD, that a huge number of senior Iranian officials have fled Iran to Canada and the United States. In other words, this big attack kind of blew open their network in Iran, and so now what's happening is their network in the United States is on full hysterical start the World War III mode, and they're exposing themselves, and it's a very dangerous time. But it's not about, you know, the Pentagon attacking Iran. It's about a faction that has influence in all the Western countries as well as Israel, fighting against the sane, rational people in the military and intelligence establishment who understand that no matter what, we must not let them start Armageddon or a nuclear holocaust. And the Iranians are aware of this as too. And I also, another thing I neglected to mention is that the U.S. aircraft Nimitz has been sent to the Middle East. Now that's the fourth aircraft carrier. You notice that we've not seen any more reports about the Eisenhower or the Carl Vinson or the Truman. It's like they've disappeared from the news radar. I think they're basically being turned into useless hulks. And the warning I got over the Nimitz is that they're going to use it for a false flag. The Israelis are going to try to blow it up and blame it on Iran to somehow try to fool the Americans into starting war with Iran. No matter what these people do, we must what they want. It's not what we want. This is going to end. We're watching the final implosion. So just, you know, try not to get too distracted by negative news and concentrate on, you know, all the good stuff that is happening and will continue to happen. These people are on their last legs. There's no doubt about it. It looks like Israel will finally end and will be replaced by the nation state of Judea, and the United States corporation will be replaced by the Republic of North America. That will, you know, once again be a sane, law-abiding, friendly country to the rest of the world. That's what we're aiming for.
Hi guys, I'm at C3. The next series of posts are about this very dark, evil civilization, ancient civilization, underground, under Iran, and the destruction of the remnants of this old technology. Underneath Iran, Iraq, and the Middle East, there's an old civilization deep, deep underground. There's a very dark part of this old tech that was creating awful, dark, evil frequencies, and that's how you have these things that's satanic. Because people are listening to these vibrations, that's why you have these occults in the world. Deep underneath Iran, a huge, gigantic war took place millions of years ago. Underneath this old civilization are still relics from the evil energy, the old tech they were using to control humans. For thousands of years, there's war inside Iran, inside the Middle East, where people, because of the old vibrations, the old tech. So what Trump and the White Hats are doing is taking down this old structure and taking over all the bases underneath the world. Trump is bombing the shite out of that region. And there's a lot to back that up. So here's a post from Dan Scavino, B-2 Spirit Stealth Bomber, March 25th, 2025. White Hats white hat bombs created an earthquake. The only people that can carry this huge, immense 30,000 pound bomb is the US B-2 stealth bomber. People call it the Spirit Bomber. There's operations in Diego Garcia with the stealth bombers. They want to destroy that advanced base underground. They want to destroy the whole computer systems down there. It's a huge, gigantic technology. They're trying to bring down that vibration that's been controlling the Middle East and controlling humans like mind control. They want to destroy the base. So they dropped that bomb and it created a huge vibration. It creates an earthquake. It's a bunker buster is what they're dropping. So she has another post here regarding the energy, the dark vibrational energy that is underneath that part of Iran that they need to take out. In Lord of the Rings, at the Council of Elrond, Frodo brings the one ring of Sauron, devil. He places it in the center of the meeting of elves, wizard Gandalf, dwarves, and King Aragorn, as they decide how to get rid of this evil ring. In the meeting, they start yelling at each other because the malevolence in the devil's ring stirs up their darkest behaviors. It's a perfect illustration of what's been going on in the Middle East. Those poor people with this ancient evil tech under them, perpetual wars, agony, torture, and worse. Thank God for Q Team and Q Plus, that's Trump, who are destroying this evil. And here's a post from Gene Decode. They don't just feed off us physically. They feed off our energy. It's called loosh. They literally will park their ships over war fields and bring in misery. Those are the reptilians he's referring to. They need to create these factions, Muslim, Christian, Jewish, and different groups so they can get hate and agony. And some more information about those operations. You've got that right, Carol. Our brave special forces and MWDs march into those godforsaken tunnels, save the innocents, grab the evidence and assets, and then blow them up. And they are at a depth of 10, 12, and 15 kilometers. So the tunnels that were built by the military-industrial complex, along with the deep underground military bases and gosh knows what else, cities, they are all at a depth of 10 kilometers. So if you look at a map of earthquakes and you see where the earthquakes are at a depth of 10 kilometers, you could make a pretty good guess that that is a dome being blown up. Because most earthquakes are like 300 kilometers. They're never shallow like that. If they are, it's probably man-made. And this is a post from the Storm Rider 61625. The missiles came in from Iran, but they staged an attack inside the Israeli Pentagon. They put explosives in there. They blew up all the data, the blackmail data they have on elites around the world. The pedo operations, extortion operations, blown up. Same thing in Iran. Underneath Iran was an Israeli base. A lot of the ops you're seeing in Israel, Iran, is them destroying their own data systems, computers, all their operations, because they know the White Hat's ops is coming closer. Netanyahu intentionally exploded his own house. He has a huge web that goes underground. Also, ops that talks with CIA, MOSSAD, MI6, fiber optics, satellite systems. He destroyed it all. So the war that he started is a cover, in part, to cover up and destroy evidence. And if you take a look at this post, this is showing the magnitude 5.1 earthquake that took place on 6/20/25 yesterday, 10 miles from Sorka in Iran. You can see the map there, and you can see the depth, 10 kilometers. Okay, here's a map of the Middle East with Iran in the center. This is at Raspberry Sheikh. It shows all the earthquakes and their depths. So I circled it in blue. Those were clusters of probably within the last week earthquakes, mostly in the past few days. All of them are at least 10 kilometers or less. So something's being done underground in Iran. And these have to be bunker busters for anything to go that hard and that deep underground and destroy stuff. So this is the real war that's going on between the white hats and the dark hats. And by the way, this is from U.S. Homeland Security News today. Alert, 6 U.S. military B-2 nuclear stealth bombers from Whiteman Air Force Base, Missouri, launched and refueled mid-flight, likely due to heavy payloads. Bunker busters. And here's another post from U.S. Homeland Security News. Update, B-2 stealth bombers estimated timeline. You can see that they are heading out towards the Middle East, and looks like their destination is Iran, same area where all those other earthquakes took place. And whether this is related or not, I don't know, but I do remember Hillary Clinton in the WikiLeaks talking about a discovery of the tomb of Gilgamesh, and I think it was Iran, possibly Iraq. I found this post. This is a post on X, or the old Twitter, and it's a little video about that. I'm going to go ahead and play that, and whether it's connected or not, again, I don't know, but I have a feeling it is. So here's another post on Twitter that's in response to the Gilgamesh video post. And this is another video called Giants and Their Superior Ancient Technology. So they're finding the remnants of the Nephilim possibly in Iran, and then now we see that there's ancient technology giving off evil vibrations possibly. Just goes to show you, it's all biblical.
Fox News alert, there's been an earthquake in Iran, 5.1 magnitude right outside the capital. But the war isn't slowing down. Iranian missiles hitting cities in Israel, one missile hitting an Israeli daycare center. The USS Nimitz carrier strike group arrives in the region this weekend, doubling the number of aircraft carriers there. Trump telling reporters that 2 weeks isn't a deadline. Anything could happen before then.
Global Military Alliance arresting, holding military tribunals on over 500,000 deep state cabal, political and global elites charged with U.S. military and D.C. police preparing to evacuate Washington, D.C. Deputy FBI Director Dan Bongino and Julian Assange on Telegram. Judy, note, word was that Flag Day, 14th of June, Saturday's 250th year celebration for the U.S. Army, was not for a show of military force as advertised, but was actually a military operation that arrested and removed around 80 treasonous members of Congress on 10 military helicopters that flew over the parade on their way to Gitmo. The Congress people had been charged with various crimes. What we think we know as of Tuesday, June 17th, 2025. Monday, June 16th, President Trump makes history with his first visit to the great 51st state, Canada. Borders fade, bonds deepen, two nations unite under one flag, embracing a shared destiny. Welcome home, neighbors. Captain Kyle Patriots on Telegram. And Monday, June 16th, with the Global Military Alliance arresting and holding military tribunals on over 500,000 deep state cabal political and global elites, the U.S. military and D.C. police were preparing to evacuate Washington, D.C. Deputy FBI Director Dan Bongino, Julian Assange on Telegram. And Monday, June 16th, former President Obama has been sent to Gitmo, a done deal, charged with crimes against humanity and election interference. Mainstream media is keeping this hidden. John F. Kennedy Jr. on Telegram. Gitmo TV released the exclusive footage on their Telegram channel. On June 10, 2015, Trump authorized full military deployment to reclaim LA from cartel-backed protest coordination. Foreign intelligence services and Soros-financed agents, encrypted networks linked to Qatar, Brussels, and Zurich, directed street-level operations via Antifa and WEF-sponsored proxies. Monday, June 16th, Black Hawk squadrons now control the airspace. Camp Pendleton armor has locked down key intersections. Cartel leaders embedded in activist safe zones were eliminated in precision strikes. And Monday, June 16th, JAG is investigating state-level officials, including Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass, for foreign collusion and sedition. Monday, June 16th, with Project Odin now aligned over 5 orbital nodes and Starlink quantum control asserting dominion over global communications, we enter the execution phase of the post-Cabal restructuring. This is no longer preparation, this is deployment. Jassara Nassara, QFS on Telegram. Why Starlink matters now more than ever. While the world debates social media bans and election tampering, they remain blind to the true mechanism being installed, a decentralized military encrypted communication grid that overrides terrestrial infrastructure. Starlink is not for better Wi-Fi, it's the backbone of global liberation. From QFS routing to Medbed command to Project Odin transmission, Starlink is the primary operating system of the new Earth. Quantum financial system. Silent but active, the quantum financial system is no longer theoretical. Since May 2025, over 230 million biometric wallets have been silently initialized, awaiting final user verification. IMF regional offices have already received Quantum Bridge layered data packets and ISO 20022 tokens into sovereign test environments. What does this mean? Traditional SWIFT networks are being bypassed. CBDC programs by central banks are being quarantined. All non-asset-backed currencies are entering their sunset phase. Every wallet in QFS is paired with a quantum biometric ID. No password, no fraud, no hacking, only sovereign access. Why the silence? Why no public announcements? Because this is a controlled demolition of perception. The people cannot be told, they must be shown. The EBS will not just deliver information, it will collapse false paradigms in real time. Within that 10-day broadcast, global financial crimes will be exposed. Vatican money laundering rings will be mapped. Secret CIA-operated satellite nodes will be named and disabled. The origin of media brainwashing fully disclosed. False flag operations from the last 20 years verified and admitted. Project Mockingbird and the blackmail matrix revealed to all. Next steps already scheduled behind the curtain. June 15th to the 25th, high-level arrests in Canada, Italy, and Australia. Pre-disclosure phase. June 30th, satellite transfer protocol finalization. Full control to Space Force. July 4th, Jassara implementation declaration. Coordinated global signal via QFS. July 5th to the 14th, QFS mass biometric sync rollout. Rainbow currency activation, and the old guards. Their tools, their banks, their courts are falling with it. The IRS is dissolving. Your debts are already logged for forgiveness. Your QFS account is not something to wait for. It already exists. The question is, are you ready to activate it? The data will pour in fast. The broadcast will be heavy. The emotional weight will break many. Monday, June 16th, the chaos on the surface masks the grid rewrite beneath. Mr. Pool on Telegram. Gulf markets tumbled early today. Qatar down 2.9%. Kuwait off 4.3%. Saudi nearly 3.6%. Spurred by the latest Iran-Israel escalation, headlines blame missiles. Mr. Pool Intel says it's a shutdown test of legacy liquidity rails tied to Gulf reserves being rerouted into QFS asset mapping nodes. Israel and Iran traded deadly strikes for first daylight sirens over Tel Aviv, oil depots hit in Tehran. But here's what they're not telling you. Gulf central banks quietly unplugged SWIFT gateways in parallel with sirens sounding, remapping digital reserves into quantum-secured vaults. Satellite-fed QFS nodes in Dubai, Doha, Manama are handling the flow. Overnight billions were rerouted without triggering public alerts. Rustling in Riyadh's asset chambers, gold-backed rainbow tokens linked to Gulf reserves silently activated today. Not announced, but logged in QFS ledgers. This is not conflict, it's operational reset under fire. Missiles provide cover, markets react in panic, and the QFS increments its commander over global reserves, one silent transaction at a time. Everyone panics over oil prices. We track leaks in the legacy system. They call it war, we call it recalibration. Today proves the truth. They can launch missiles, they can crash markets, but they cannot stop the quantum grid from extracting and securing the real value. Monday, June 2nd, the new global quantum financial system, 17th letter on Telegram. The signing of a historic treaty by 209 nations marks the beginning of the greatest financial transition in modern history. The world is about to witness the birth of a new, fair, and gold-backed financial system under GESARA. For decades, global currencies were manipulated to serve the few. Countries were trapped in cycles of debt with their wealth extracted through central banks and fiat deception. That ends now. The treaty also unlocks a prosperity fund to finance humanitarian projects worldwide, schools, housing, and restoration. A wealth redistribution program will ensure that every individual on Earth receives a share, not just countries, but people. Every QFS account is linked to the individual's owner's biometric ID. Every transaction is instant, uncorrupted, and untraceable by outside forces. The Stellar Network opens access to secret, secure digital wallets, even in the most remote corners of the world. Individuals no longer need permission from corrupted systems to participate in the global economy. QFS debit cards secured by biometric verification and quantum encryption are replacing them permanently. No more fraud, no more hidden fees, no more theft disguised as bank. The quantum internet is a new infrastructure immune to hacking, censorship, or surveillance. Military units are now overseeing the logistics, security, and data coordination of the RV rollout. Secure transport of physical currency, protection of financial institutions, and quantum-level fraud prevention systems are already in motion. All it is being done is in tandem with international regulators to ensure lawful transition. Training has been underway for months. Financial authorities, central bank whistleblowers, and white hat insiders are guiding the shift. Military intelligence teams are tracking illicit money flows and freezing cabal assets as we speak. The old system is disintegrating as banks collapse, payment giants are stripped of power, and corrupt financial elites are being dragged to military tribunals at Gitmo. Executives are being removed, their wealth seized, and their crimes archived as evidence for tribunals that are already underway. The banks were engines of global exploitation. Deutsche Bank, HSBC, JP Morgan names that laundered trillions from the cabal are being neutralized. The days of Visa, MasterCard, PayPal, and Stripe exploiting humanity are ending. Everything you knew about money, credit, and ownership is being rewritten from the ground up. The treaty signed unlocks the revaluation of currencies, some down, but some up, like the Iraqi dinar, Vietnamese dong, and Zimbabwe zim. Monday, June 16th, the collapse of the legacy banking system. Since June 1st, over 2,100 banks worldwide have been quietly delisted, absorbed, or shuttered due to non-compliance with Basel IV and QFS integration standards. These are not random closures. They are part of a synchronized takedown of the fiat infrastructure. Every financial institution that failed to back its deposits with verifiable hard assets is being purged. Germany, the Deutsche Bank restructuring is a smokescreen for a full QFS audit. Canada, RBC, and TD are under military monitoring for historical money laundering operations. U.S. regional banks are being merged into Treasury-controlled holding zones, preparing for rainbow currency wallet release. Military courts and hidden currency crimes. Military tribunals now operational in over 17 nations are hearing evidence of currency crimes tied to Rothschild clearinghouses and sovereign bond manipulations. The International Court of Justice, once a puppet of the cabal, has been neutralized. In its place, a global military court alliance headquartered within the quantum justice grid. This grid is already linked with QFS transaction logs, biometric ID verification of bad actors, historical tax theft records tied to IRS and IMF, and Vatican-controlled black trust accounts. Everything is traceable, nothing can be erased. Activation path from sovereign verification to redemption access. The system is being designed to be precise, fair, and tamper-proof. Here's how it works. Number 1, biometric verification. Your identity is linked to your sovereign QFS profile. Number 2, historical financial audit. The system scans past transactions, identifying stolen value. Number 3, debt reconciliation. Mortgages, loans, and fraudulent taxes are logged for forgiveness. All of this happens without banks, without paperwork, and without middlemen. What comes next and what to watch for. June 17th to the 23rd, coordinated media shutdowns in 5 countries, test of the final ABS override. June 25th, secure drop of Vatican Black Ledger files. Public release via QFS channel. July 1st through 3rd, mass activation of gold certificates in Northern American QFS wallets. July 4th, declaration of planetary jubilee and full EBS broadcast release begins. July 5th onward, Treasury-backed rainbow notes become primary medium of exchange. Fiat currencies enter terminal phase. This isn't speculation, this is rollout. Every name is logged, every crime is recorded, every redemption has a destination. If you're reading this, you were chosen to witness it and help others navigate it. Stay alert, stay aligned. The future is no longer controlled by central banks. It's controlled by mathematical truth and the will of the people. The QFS is no longer coming, it's already operational, and the entire world is being erased beneath your feet. Restored Republic. Monday, June 16th, Trump gave the go order. ICE officers are hereby ordered to deliver the single largest mass deportation program in history. To ICE, FBI, DEA, ATF, the Pentagon, get the job done. DJT. If that's not a go signal, I don't know what is. But let's not forget what just happened a few days ago. On June 7th, we had that presidential memo authorizing the use of Title 10 military force to protect DHS operations. And then U.S. Northcom confirmed 2,000 California Guard troops federalized and deployed under Task Force 51 in Los Angeles, and their mission to protect federal functions from organized insurgency. To me, this is no longer hypothetical. This is the storm operationalizing in real time. And what we're about to see is what Q told us. The only way is the military. Q. Captain Kyle on Telegram.
G7 summit in Canada is under intense scrutiny as leaders confront deep divisions and a changing global order, with the US under Trump clashing with its 6 allies on key issues: Ukraine, Gaza, trade, climate. The bloc's unity is being tested. The rise of the global south, along with China-Russia strategic ties and the expanding of BRICS, which Vietnam has now joined, challenges the G7's long-held dominance. Host Canada is even dropping its usual comprehensive communique, opting instead for chair summaries, signalling the difficulty of forging consensus in today's multipolar world.
The conflict between all of these G7s and G whatevers and all the rest of it, if you just take the United States of America Corporation and the Republic of the United States, they are in conflict right now. And when you see through that, at the moment, Donald Trump is leading, as the commander-in-chief, the Constitutional Republic of the United States. But you still have, behind the scenes, the Corporation of the United States, where their little pieces of the cabal, the deep state, that are absolutely pushing for war. The Constitutional Republic doesn't want war. The corporation needs war. And that's just America. And when you can see that clearly, you can see what's going on. And because it's a game of chess, What the Republic doesn't do, the Constitutional Republic doesn't do, it doesn't hold up all its cards. It doesn't show all its cards. It pretends to go along with the corporation to lull them into a false sense of security, and then sets a trap and they jump in with both feet. It's happened time and time again. So don't lose faith. Remember that God is in control and not AI.
Sunday, June 15th, red alert. Snowden activates DEFCON 1, nuclear holocaust blueprint exposed. Edward Snowden on Telegram. Edward Snowden just detonated the most classified transmission of our lifetime. This isn't a leak, it's a full-blown survival protocol. The elites have initiated the final phase. Nuclear holocaust is the ultimate global reset. The clock is seconds from midnight. Snowden confirms the globalist war machine has positioned the world at DEFCON 1. A single strike will unleash global annihilation. Cities vaporized, continents drowned in radioactive clouds. Nuclear winter, collapsing agriculture. The system is designed for one purpose: extermination. While you freeze in darkness, the architects of this apocalypse, intelligence operatives, defense contractors, career warmongers, and globalist financiers will hide in fortified bunkers, sipping wine as humanity burns. This is not madness, this is calculation. Snowden, this is not theoretical. Snowden's transmission exposes operational intelligence. The system is executing its blueprint flawlessly. Eliminate resistance, collapse nations, reset civilization. Trump, the final firewall. Snowden identifies the last obstacle standing, Donald J. Trump. He's defied Bush, Obama, Biden. He rejected endless wars and dismantled their war economy. Iran ignites, Iraq destabilizes, the trap is set. U.S. embassies prepare for evacuation. The stage is built for total war. The deep state wants Trump removed to greenlight annihilation, but Trump refuses to kneel. Monday, June 16th. Marines detain 31 insurrectionists in Los Angeles. The deep state just got slaughtered on the streets of Los Angeles. John F. Kennedy Jr. on Telegram. United States Marines operating with National Guard and Homeland Security have taken down 31 paid domestic terrorists who were lighting fires, smashing property, and attacking federal agents. These were not protesters. These were hired insurrectionists deployed to sabotage Trump's deportation agenda. As thousands prepare for nationwide riots alongside today's massive military parade in D.C., 4,700 Marines and Guardsmen are crushing chaos in Los Angeles. Trump activated the Marines under Title X after masked militants assaulted ICE and National Guard troops. This is direct warfare on American soil. A White Hat Inside Task Force 51 confirmed 31 enemy agents have been indefinitely detained. They threw stones, Molotov cocktails, torched businesses, looted, and recruited more criminals. Their mission: destabilize the nation from within. Undercover Homeland Security agents infiltrated these traitors and attended a secret meeting on June 9th inside an LA warehouse. The leader, Thomas Lavoie, longtime Antifa commander, backed by Act Blue and George Soros' money. Lavoie promised legal action for all who participated. Their orders: burn government vehicles, trap federal agents, attack military forces. Homeland agents secretly captured photographs of 75 conspirators, many unmasked, many armed. Lavoie handed out crates of masks for street violence. These images were immediately sent to Trump, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, and DHS Secretary Kristi Noem. The president gave the green light. Apprehend and contain. Between June 10th and 12th, Marines from 2nd Battalion, 7th Marine Regiment launched full-scale urban sweeps. Nearly half of the warehouse conspirators, including Lavoie and his lieutenants, were captured during active terror operations. They are now imprisoned at ICE's Adelanto Processing Center. The cabal's army is being systematically dismantled, and this is the opening salvo. The storm has breached their walls. Next targets, D.C., New York, Chicago. No mercy, no escape. Wars and rumors of wars. Monday, June 16th. Iranian nuclear reactor destroyed by earthquake. We have a link at Majid KSA on X. I swear the Iranian Fordo nuclear reactor, the most important site, was successfully destroyed. A 2.5 magnitude earthquake struck near Iran's Fordo nuclear facility.
Just to give heads up to what Charlie was saying, here's an Israeli bunker. Now, this is 150 feet down in Tel Aviv. And as you can see, that's fairly scary because it's been collapsed inwards. Now, even more scary and might get you very nervous is the fact that the US Navy is on its way. There you go, the Nimitz, which is due to be decommissioned next year. So that's slightly troubling. One other aircraft carrier, and it's being escorted by the United Kingdom's Prince of Wales. That is on the way to the Middle East. And the other thing as well is a lot of the refueling tankers, the planes that refuel planes in midair. America and Lindsey Graham and the State Department are sending them all. They're all off. Now, everybody says they're going to NATO exercises. But those NATO exercises, Charlie, are in Finland. And of course, these planes are landing in Spain and then going on to Akrotiri Air Force Base in Cyprus.
And for anybody who wants to actually check these facts out, you only have to go onto Flight Radar and research Rota, which is the US base in southern Spain, where every one of these planes lands to refuel, having crossed the Atlantic, before heading down to Cyprus, because they can't land in Israel anymore at the Ben Gurion airport because it doesn't exist anymore. And it's very, very easy to track these planes. Yes, they turn their transponders off every now and then, but they pop back on again and they go off and on and off and on. And I've been tracking these planes now for over 4 years that come in and out of Rota. The C-17 Globemasters have been coming in en masse, going out en masse, and coming down into the Mediterranean for a very long time. And as Warren rightly points out, this is not a training exercise. This is real life. But it's real life in a pantomime. So don't live in fear. Understand that everything is under control. But from an outside point of view, if you're watching the news...
Iran and Israel have continued to exchange strikes for a fifth straight day, with Iran's Revolutionary Guards claiming projectile attacks on MOSSAD and Israeli military intelligence facilities in Tel Aviv. Israel also struck Iran's state broadcaster, with footage showing a presenter fleeing mid-broadcast. The IAEA has reported extensive damage to Iran's Natanz uranium enrichment plant from Israeli strikes, while Iran warns of further retaliation. President Trump left the G7 summit in Canada early as the conflict escalated, urging all civilians to evacuate Tehran and stating he seeks better than a ceasefire, calling for Iran to abandon its nuclear program. Trump denied any outreach for peace talks and emphasized that Iran should have accepted a previous deal. US officials confirmed that while Trump convened the National Security Council, the US is not joining the Israeli offensive. G7 leaders issued a joint statement urging de-escalation across the Middle East and calling for a ceasefire in Gaza, but stopped short of calling for one between Israel and Iran. Iran, meanwhile, has said it will only return to nuclear negotiations if Israeli attacks stop.
Monday, June 16, 2025, 12,000 U.S. paratroopers deployed. Middle East on the brink. QFS grid enters combat protocol. QFS on Telegram. The warning signs are no longer subtle. As of June 14th, over 12,000 elite U.S. paratroopers from the 82nd Airborne and 173rd Brigade have been deployed to undisclosed Middle East borders. This is not training. This is not theater. This is combat staging. And it's unfolding fast. Why now? Because the region is reaching ignition point. Iran's IRGC is mobilizing near the Iraq-Syria corridor. Hezbollah is activating in southern Lebanon. Houthi drones are targeting Red Sea supply lines. Israel is simulating deep strikes. U.S.-Iran nuclear talks have collapsed, and now the U.S. military footprint has just shifted from deterrence to readiness. But this is not just about boots on the ground. This is a strategic move to lock down airspace, data corridors, and the financial grid. Sources confirm that QFS satellite coverage has been reinforced across the Middle East theater. Encrypted validators are now shielded by multi-layered defense systems as airborne command architecture is quietly being rerouted through secure QFS nodes. Make no mistake, the arrival of these troops signals a pivot point. Paratroopers are not peacekeepers. They're fast strike shock units sent in when ground must be seized. Communication secured and critical assets protected, often before the conflict becomes public. And in this case, those critical assets include digital infrastructure, including satellite relays, vault uplinks, and quantum secure financial gateways. Behind the scenes, CENTCOM is coordinating with allies in Saudi Arabia and Jordan. NATO assets are reinforcing logistic hubs, and the U.S. Fifth Fleet has repositioned. Everything is moving into place. Watch for these next signals. Activation of drone surveillance grids in Syria and Iraq. Movement of unmarked special forces from Djibouti or Cyprus. Deactivation of civilian radar corridors in high-risk zones. Carrier group shift toward the Strait of Hormuz. If these unfold in the next 72 hours, we're no longer in escalation, we're in transition. This is not weakness, this is operational dominance. The QFS is not just a financial network. It is now a protected national asset. And this military deployment ensures that, no matter what breaks out on the surface, the core system remains intact, sovereign, and unbreachable. Monday, June 16th. Don't be distracted by the missiles. Look at what's reloading. Mr. Poole on Telegram. The world sees Iran and Israel exchanging airstrikes, but the real offense is happening inside the network. Today's missiles, Israel struck Iranian nuclear and energy sites, while Iran retaliated with dual drone and missile volleys across central Israel. But here's what they're not reporting. Signal surge in the geopolitics grid. Satellite flux over the eastern Mediterranean spiked today, intercepted by Alliance quantum scan units. Not war preparation, but nodes being reconfigured to route QFS signals through Cyprus, Haifa, and Petra in real time, or Petra in real time. Why now? Because the energy blackout near South Pars was a code reset, cutting Iran off from deep state liquidity, while QFS satellites backfilled with asset-backed credit flows. Financial feedback patterns. The Dow plunged nearly 770 points. Oil surged over 7%. Gulf markets slid 3 to 4%. Not panic reactions, but forced rebalancing. Legacy systems are auto-purging corrupt liquidity, making way for QFS governance. Markets went down. QFS nodes went up. Israel's stock markets reopened after transactions were rerouted into quantum vault balance sheets. This is not a region at war, it's an operation in progress. Systems dismantling, nodes activating, old control collapsing purely from data withdrawal. Rockets scream, banks recalibrate, QFS consolidates the network without missing a beat. Here's the test. If you're just tracking casualties, you're asleep. If you're tracking signatures, you're watching the reset. Stay tuned. Monday, June 16th. Since we have new summer riots taking place nationwide, everyone needs to be aware of this. U.S. taxpayers paid $50 billion for the 2020 summer Black Lives Matter street protests orchestrated with money Democrats laundered to NGOs. Elon Musk on Telegram. It's the same thing happening now. NGOs simulated ways to weaponize race relations in America. In case a clear Trump win was coming, the exact group behind the Transition Integrity Project, which explicitly plotted in the height of the George Floyd riots, ran a war game about how the Biden campaign, in case Trump won in a clear win scenario, Clear Trump Win was the name of their scenario. Scenario 3. This is in June 2020. How the Biden campaign could get racial justice activists from these riots to be, quote, receptive to a Biden call to take to the streets, and plotted what needed to be done to resource them and to cultivate relationships with Black Lives Matter senior leadership and community leaders so that they would owe the Biden administration favors in case they need to be called on. And lo and behold, who paid them $50 billion? The Chamber of Commerce then flooded them with $50 billion in contributions. You remember that all the different Chamber of Commerce companies just flooded billions of dollars of donations to BLM to destroy. Monday, June 16th, Doge audits. Well, they followed the money and look what they found. $50 million in unaudited U.S. taxpayer money in 1 month alone went to a pro-terrorist group disguised as a climate change organization, the White Rabbit on Telegram. Monday, June 16th, a Florida sheriff told rioters if they throw items at law enforcement, if you throw a brick, a firebomb, or point a gun at one of our deputies, we will be notifying your family where to collect your remains at. We're not going to play. Brevard County Sheriff Wayne Ivey said, bam, Donald J. Trump on Telegram. Monday, June 16th, Mike Benz brings the recipes and documents showing U.S. government uses our tax dollars to protect George Soros. George Soros works side by side with the U.S. State Department and even our intelligence agencies, CIA, to funnel money to his NGOs. Additional CIA involvement with George Soros example. A 2017 Heritage Foundation report noted that during the Barack Obama administration, USAID collaborated with George Soros-funded groups to promote progressive policies abroad, such as gay, transgender rights and drug decriminalization. A 1993 Soros Foundation's report also mentioned a cooperative agreement with USAID for a management training program. White Hats on Telegram. And Monday, June 16th, Trump calls in FBI, ATF, DEA, ICE to his immediate aid. Chemtrails. Monday, June 16th. Boom! Trump's chemtrail strikes begin. First geoengineering arrest in U.S. history. Carrie Cassidy on Telegram. The Sky War has officially gone hot. President Trump's chemtrails task force has launched its first coordinated strike, resulting in the first ever arrest tied to illegal atmospheric geoengineering. The deep state's aerial warfare program is crumbling. They called us crazy. They mocked the chemtrail warnings. They silenced truth, but now they're being arrested. For decades, patriots were told it was all condensation, that the skies were not being tampered with, but those streaks were not water vapor. They were the exhaust trails of deep state environmental warfare. Now, under Trump's direct command, a classified multi-agency task force involving Space Force, loyal Air Force units and DOJ insiders has begun rounding up the traitors. Targets identified, financial networks frozen, operatives in custody. A senior EPA official tied to unauthorized spraying ops has been detained. Private contractors linked to aerial dispersal tech are next. These weren't just rogue experiments. This was organized ecological sabotage. Follow the money. Billions routed through fake green initiatives and climate tech shells. These eco-elites were getting paid to poison crops, shift weather pattern, and destroy food supply chains. Shadow departments inside federal agencies are being dismantled. These were not fringe operations. They were embedded in the system, funded by our tax dollars to destroy our skies. And the media, total blackout, no headlines, no press releases, no experts on CNN because they're complicit, owned by the same cartels behind the chemical sky war. This silence is the proof. The arrests are only the beginning. Thousands of sealed indictments are prepped. CEOs, scientists, politicians, military traitors, everyone who touched this agenda will fall. Trump is unleashing full disclosure. Weather modification, drought creation, biochemical cloud seeding. These are not theories anymore. They are evidence, and the American people are about to witness a storm like no other. Monday, June 16th, judge blocks Trump's voter order. Foreign ballots now legal? QFS countermeasures activated. WH Grandpa on Telegram. On June 11th, 2025, Obama appointed Judge Denise Casper officially blocked President Trump's Executive Order 14248, the measure that would have forced proof of U.S. citizenship to vote in federal elections. In one ruling, the door was thrown wide open. Non-citizens, illegal migrants, and foreign actors can now cast ballots in America, and the government has been ordered to stand down. This is no longer about oversight or legal debate. It's a full-spectrum takeover, a coordinated strike involving 14 Democrat-controlled states, Soros-funded legal teams, and embedded Obama-era operatives. Every mechanism Trump built to secure the vote has been dismantled with surgical precision. They did not just block one policy, they stripped out the entire foundation. Proof of citizenship on federal registration forms, verification for military and overseas ballots, ID checks at welfare registration points, ballot arrival deadlines tied to Election Day enforcement. Why? Because the next phase of the plan is mass voter fraud, legalized with over 9 million illegal migrants funneled into the U.S. Since Biden's installed, the system has been primed. Many were quietly issued Social Security numbers, housing, stipends, pre-filled forms. In cities like Los Angeles and Chicago, non-citizens already vote in local elections. This ruling makes federal elections next, and it's no accident. Insiders confirm this ruling came just months after Trump's official return as commander-in-chief, and right as Operation Red Seal moved to harden the vote system before the 2026 midterms. This court ruling wasn't random. It was a targeted counterstrike to stop the purge of deep state influence in Congress. But the Patriots were ready. As of June 13th, Trump has authorized a federal counteroffensive under emergency authority, a new national voter ID bill, routed through military legislative channels, total defunding of the Election Assistance Commission, deployment of QVS, Quantum Voter Shield, nodes across all 50 states, ensuring digital authenticity using the same technology that powers the QFS. DOJ-led arrests of operatives linked to foreign ballot pipelines and vote manipulation schemes. This is no longer theoretical. The judiciary has been weaponized. Foreign ballots are now legal. Citizenship, sovereignty, and law have been redefined by a black robe. But the counterstrike is already underway. They stole the vote, they buried the Constitution, but this time the Patriots built a firewall they can't breach. The QVS is active, the ledgers will not lie, and the fraud will be caught in real time. America is under siege, but this time, we're not backing down. They tried to silence her. Now millions listen. Monday, June 16th, Snowden drops Obama's fraudulent identity exposed. Edward Snowden on Telegram. Edward Snowden just detonated the biggest intel bomb of 2025. Obama's entire existence is a CIA-engineered operation, not a natural-born citizen, not qualified, a globalist Trojan horse installed to collapse America from within. The birth certificate is a forgery. Kenya was British territory. Obama's father was a British subject. Under British law, Obama was born a British citizen, making him ineligible under the U.S. Constitution to ever be president. The founders warned of foreign infiltration. This is it. The Obama bloodline is intelligence tied. Obama's grandfather connected to Bush Sr., former CIA director. The Obamas were crafted by the global cabal. Their American dream story is pure theater, designed to fool the masses while the deep state advanced its agenda. Monday, June 16th, declassified Israel's stolen uranium and how JFK tried to stop the nuclear betrayal. Julian Assange. June 16th, new declassified intelligence confirms one of the most suppressed scandals in U.S. history. Hundreds of pounds of weapons-grade uranium were stolen from American soil in the 1960s and secretly transferred to Israel's undeclared nuclear program. The one president who tried to stop it, John F. Kennedy, after he drew the line, he was silenced permanently. This was not a case of misplaced inventory. It was a deep cover operation involving Mossad agents, CIA memos, and top-level U.S. silence. The facility at the center of the theft, NUMEC in Apollo, Pennsylvania, showed massive losses in highly enriched uranium. Early estimates suggested 200 pounds missing. Later, that number climbed past 600, enough to build 24 nuclear bombs. The destination was clear, Dimona, Israel's secretive nuclear complex in the Negev desert. NUMEC's president, Zalman Shapiro, was not just a nuclear engineer. He was deeply connected to Zionist political circles and intelligence channels. Israeli scientists visiting the facility were later revealed to be undercover operatives. Surveillance tracked the activity. Internal CIA documents confirmed the suspicion. Yet no arrests were ever made, and every official investigation was quietly dismantled. Why? Because exposing the truth meant admitting that a trusted ally had conducted a full-scale nuclear theft, and the U.S. government had let it happen, or worse, helped cover it up. Kennedy was not willing to look the other way. He directly confronted Israeli Prime Minister Ben-Gurion, demanding inspections of Dimona and warning that deception on nuclear weapons would not be tolerated. His letters were firm, his deadlines were clear. Then Ben-Gurion resigned, and months later, no U.S. president ever challenged Israel's nuclear ambitions again. Dimona became untouchable. Uranium theft was buried, and Israel's arsenal, born in silence, was never acknowledged, never inspected, and never held to be the same standard imposed on the rest of the world. This is not just a Cold War footnote. It's the blueprint of how truth was silenced, how America was betrayed from within, and how one president paid the ultimate price for trying to stop it. The evidence is no longer speculation. The uranium was stolen. The program was real, and the warning from JFK was ignored. Monday, June 16th, 10 years ago today, President Donald J. Trump and Melania, descendant of the Russian Romanov family and rightful queen, came down the golden escalator. This is when the public start of the military operation began. But let's back up, shall we? The Rothschilds financed Hitler, Karl Marx, Lenin, Stalin, and Mao. Jacob Schiff because they refused to go along with the bankers' plans. The Romanovs were Christians. The communists brutally murdered the entire Romanov family in order to turn Russia into a communist country. Melania is a Romanov. Her grandmother is Anastasia. 3 of the Romanov boys were put on a ship from Russia, assisted packages to the U.S. White Hat operation. Melania is more important than we know. H.T. Daniel Stochin Whiplash. Anastasia Romanov equals Melania Trump's grandmother. Russian royalty, queen with the Tsar, Nicholas II of Russia being Anastasia's father. History tells us the Romanovs were assassinated by the Bolsheviks, July 16th, 17th, 1918. What they didn't tell us is that Bolsheviks are the Khazarian Mafia Jews. The Romanovs were executed for refusing the Rothschild banks. Connection between Lincoln, Kennedy brothers, Trump, and the Romanovs. It is said that Omar, President Lincoln's son, is JFK Sr., and the father of his brother William Wallace, also President Lincoln's son. All family. The 2 Kennedy brothers were adopted into the Kennedy family. Both brothers are Lincoln Calhouni by birth, not Kennedys. President Trump is related to General Patton. Trump was adopted into the Trump family. General Patton is the son of William Wallace Lincoln Calhouni. William Wallace is President Lincoln's son.
Serious update for you guys. Iranian state media said there is a surprise tonight that the world will remember for centuries. Now, understand that Iran has talked a lot and done very little until very recently. But there's a lot of news tonight, and I have to go through it all, and it is looking very sus. That's all I'll say. Commanders put American troops on high alert at military bases throughout the region, including the United Arab Emirates, Jordan, and Saudi Arabia. The United States has more than 40,000 troops deployed in the Middle East. We have here officials are reporting that DJT is set to deliver an urgent nationwide address soon, and here's why. Apparently, the U.S. will join in the conflict against Iran, according to Israeli officials, as CBS News reports that DJT is considering supporting Israeli strikes on Iranian sites. And because of that, we see Iran's reaction saying that they are ready to launch attacks on U.S. bases if America enters the war. So it seems like it's going to be a busy night tonight. I guess we will see if Iran actually.
It all began on Friday, June the 6th, 2025. Trump gave the green light. The stock market tanked. We'll take a global currency reset to recover. Blackout necessary. Global alliance to take over major fake news media. Make mass arrests and expose the Rothschild state of Israel. Israel is last. The Great Reset. Q. Judy, note, you've heard it all. Trust the plan. EBS. Worldwide martial law imminent during mass arrests. Possible cyber attacks or power grid shutoff. Mass media and internet blackout as one-channel broadcasts disclosures. Global bank asset seizures, Nasara Jasara activation. Global currency reset. The problem was, it's all true and coming to you this week. The plan actually started on Saturday, June 14th, during this big 250-year Army military celebration. The flag that was flown over the Capitol during the military parade on Saturday was given to President Trump. In the ceremony, the soldier giving him the flag said, "Mission completed. We've arrested them all in the Capitol. We've captured the flag." So what was that all about? What mission? Likely Trump's takedown of the deep state cabal. Who was arrested? Likely globalist political elites. Captured what flag? Likely of the U.S. Incorporated. Get the feeling Trump knows more than he's letting out. There was a lot more going on that we had yet to find out. The FBI recently announced that the Los Angeles rioters have a large network of individuals organizing, funding, and supporting the riots. U.S. Attorney Bill Asaeli called the riots highly orchestrated and coordinated, vowing to uncover the source behind it all. To top it off, Al-Qaeda commander Saad bin Atef al-Awlaki has ordered jihadist cells embedded on U.S. soil to launch direct assassination operations against Trump, VP J.D. Vance, and Elon Musk. After Russian soldiers uncovered illegal U.S. bioweapon labs after Ukraine had attacked Russia on their soil. Who was the bad guy here? There were good things going on, like the deep state cabal fiat financial system was finished. As of June 13, 2025, Trump's gold directive, signed in January, triggered full-scale military seizures of underground vaults across 42 countries. The banks were finished. Over 12,000 branches have closed in 30 days. Accounts were frozen, assets were blocked, QFS command nodes were under military jurisdiction. Space Force has neutralized every attempt to stall this operation. However, in retaliation for taking away their money supply, the deep state cabal has planned false flags for July. EMP blackouts, synthetic virus drops, staged Trump arrest footage, and disinformation campaigns targeting redemption centers. Trump was prepared. According to Q on Telegram, the U.S. Northern Command has activated the 2nd Battalion, 7th Marines, 1st Marine Division to support federal personnel in the greater Los Angeles area in what NORTHCOM described as Homeland Defense Operations. The commander of the Joint Agency Task Force that will act as the overarching command structure for the Marines is Army Major General Sherman. Lebanon's Hezbollah officials said their group will not initiate attack on Israel in response to strikes on Iran. That promise went out the window on Sunday, June 15th, when Iran attacked innocent civilians in Israel. They have long said that Israel would be last. So now that Trust the Plan, EBS, worldwide martial law, blackout during mass arrests, and global currency reset sounds like a pretty good idea, we'll see what this week brings, which includes Sunday, June 15th, Shocking IRS bombshell. Leaked 1985 letter proves the 16th Amendment is a fraud. Income tax was never legal. $330 trillion stolen. Sunday, June 15th, boom, total war. Trump shuts down the IRS. 45,000 agents fired. Deep state is screaming as Trump freezes the IRS for 90 days. What we think we know as of Monday, June 16th. Saturday, June 14th, classified intercepts confirm Al-Qaeda commander Saad bin Atef al-Awlaki has ordered jihadist cells embedded on U.S. soil to launch direct assassination operations against Trump, VP J.D. Vance, and Elon Musk. Terror networks with deep state assets such as the DHS, CIA, and FBI have been compromised. Donald Trump has shattered their plans, exposed their rituals, and is preparing military tribunals at Gitmo. J.D. Vance's America First stance threatens every WEF proxy embedded in D.C. along Elon Musk has dismantled their censorship architecture. They need him gone to complete global information control. Space Force and Secret Service have escalated operational status. Covert military teams are being deployed inside key metro zones. Sunday, June 15th, President Trump tells CNN that all the Iranian negotiators he worked with, the fiat system is finished. As of June 13th, global banking infrastructure controlled by bloodline elites has collapsed beyond repair. Trump's gold directive, signed in January, triggered full-scale military seizures of underground vaults across 42 countries. The banks are finished. Over 12,000 branches have closed in 30 days. Accounts are frozen. Assets are blocked. False flags planned for July. EMP blackouts, synthetic virus drops, staged Trump air arrest footage, and disinformation campaigns targeting redemption centers. QFS command nodes are under military jurisdiction. Space Force has neutralized every attempt to stall this operation. Global financial crisis. Saturday, June 14th. As of the moment, QFS wallets are already being issued, secured, and linked to verified users across all Basel IV compliant jurisdictions. This is no longer theory, it's happening. Basel, the heart of the reset. Basel, Switzerland is the command node. It is home to the Bank for International Settlements and the Basel Committee on Banking Supervision, the very framework behind global compliance standards. Since 2023, Basel IV regulations have quietly forced banks worldwide to back their assets with real commodities, not speculative digits. Gold-backed authentication has replaced fiat trust. Old fiat currencies like the USD, Euro, Pound, and Rand are being phased out. Every transaction inside the QFS now requires a digital gold certificate. Without it, the system rejects the funds. This guarantees that only clean, asset-backed money enters circulation. Legacy banking is collapsing. Thousands of banks have closed, merged, or silently folded under the weight of Basel IV. The remaining few that are compliant are now syncing directly with QFS. Since February 2023, select institutions have tested public gold commodity rates tied to the revaluation of global currencies, starting with the Iraqi dinar. The role of the QFS wallet: you do not need to wait. QFS wallets are already being assigned. You operate them from your phone, secured through biometric access, immune from banking manipulation. Fiat funds stored in legacy accounts will be converted upon activation, provided the system verifies the origin and assigns a gold certificate. Parallel systems are ending. The use of fiat in parallel with QFS is nearing its cutoff. April 30th was one of the final grace periods for unconverted balances. Now every deposit, exchange, or transfer requires compliance with the new standards. The QFS portal filters every movement, clean in certified gold. Who oversees the transition? 1. Swiss Banking Group AG, structural oversight. 2 Indus and BRICS commodity anchors, 3 U.S. Space Force quantum grid enforcement. The pieces are in place, the system is live, and you are already inside. Your wallet, your funds, and your future are protected. Sunday, June 15th. As of June 14th, the final sequence has quietly begun in regions the mainstream refuses to mention, while distractions dominate the surface. Elections, celebrity trials, false cyber attacks, the real shifts are buried under classified financial audits and joint military operations. The quantum transition is no longer theoretical. It's visible in every collapsing structure that once held the world hostage. Jassara Nassara, QFS on Telegram. What they're not telling you? The Bank of England and Deutsche Bank both received silent override signals on June 12th. Their private ledgers were frozen, pending seizure by international trustees operating under QFS enforcement. 3,100 plus shell companies linked to trafficking, pharma laundering, and fake climate funds have been digitally disbanded across Luxembourg, Cyprus, and Israel. Over 41,000 inactive fiat accounts tied to corrupt political figures and NGO networks have been flagged for full liquidation, with funds rerouted into sovereign reparation pools. This is a planetary exorcism. Nassara Jassara integration updates. June 16th to the 18th, initial rollout of Level 1 community restoration credits will begin in select areas. These are the first direct public payments distributed via QFS. AI-driven fraud detection, codenamed Orion Shield, is sweeping through the final legacy nodes. Nothing dirty will pass. Every transaction is quantum verified, time-stamped, and archived permanently. Internal documentation shows MedBed Phase 3 entering pre-launch, now tied to biometric QFS wallet access. Saturday, June 14th, update. QFS is live, banks are collapsing, redemption centers are secure. Claim your gold-backed funds now, QFS on Telegram. The fiat system is finished as of June 13th. Global banking infrastructure controlled by bloodline elites has collapsed beyond repair. The mainstream media calls it a recession, but the truth is clear. The quantum financial system is online. The cabal is crumbling, and redemption centers are now the only portal to real gold-backed currency. Trump's gold directive, signed in January, triggered full-scale military seizures of underground vaults across 42 countries. What's being recovered? Stolen gold, bearer bonds, and biometric files used in ritual finance networks? These assets are now being verified through light intelligence technology and funneled directly into QFS, backed by the U.S. Space Force, authenticated through your redemption appointment. The banks are finished. Over 12,000 branches have closed in 30 days. Accounts are frozen. Assets are blocked. Why? Because they've been severed from QFS. Without quantum clearance, they're just digital ghosts. This is not a reset. This is an exorcism. Every transaction is now biometric, quantum logged, and immune to corruption. No laundering, no theft, no puppet masters. RLUSD and XRP are now the only digital assets integrated into QFS. RLUSD is backed by seized gold and linked to your verified identity. XRP handles real-time liquidity. SWIFT, ACH, and CBDCs are obsolete. The globalists tried to stop it. Failed cyber attacks on RLUSD servers were shut down in seconds. Their weapons no longer work. But they're not done. CIA documents from Operation Last Breath reveal false flags planned for July. EMP blackouts, synthetic virus drops, staged Trump arrest footage, and disinformation campaigns targeting redemption centers. Ignore it. Get to your appointment. Your biometric sovereignty has been restored. Social security linked trading has ended. You are no longer collateral. The system that sold your identity is being dismantled. And the R&R program, Restitution and Reparation, will begin issuing gold-backed reparations within 30 days. Calculations are based on QFS data, banking abuse, and pharmaceutical injury, with tribunals already underway at Gitmo and Diego Garcia. Trump is in full control. QFS command nodes are under military jurisdiction. Space Force has neutralized every attempt to stall this operation. The fake media is running out of pre-scripted stories. The banks are panicking. The elite are in hiding. Sunday, June 15th, since the June 14th trigger protocol, entire banking networks have entered forced compliance with quantum directives, and most of their own employees don't even know it yet. Everything still looks normal on the surface, but under the hood, the software that once empowered fraud is being dismantled line by line. Jasara Nasara, QFS on Telegram. Covert intel now confirmed. Over 400 high-level bankers across Switzerland, UAE, and Canada have been quietly removed since June 10th, officially resigned, but internally flagged by Earth Alliance AI sweeps as obstructions to global asset transition. The World Bank has lost over 70% of its private gold reserves, reclaimed through tribunal orders and redirected into humanitarian QFS allocations. IMF task teams are undergoing mass restructuring. 13 out of 15 internal data centers have been rewired with QFS relay systems and encryption governed by U.S. Space Force Command. Dark fiber activations. What most people call the internet is only 10% of the real data grid. The other 90% is dark fiber, hidden infrastructure now being flooded with QFS traffic. As of June 13th, this is now how the system bypasses central bank firewalls without alerting legacy monitoring tools. Why aren't you hearing about this? Because they have lost the narrative, and when that happens, silence is their only defense. Riots, protests, demonstrations. Saturday, June 14th, LA, California. Caroline Leavitt revealed that 330 illegal aliens were arrested after they participated in the LA riots. 113 of them had prior criminal convictions. Saturday, June 14th, Salt Lake City, Utah. A man is in critical condition with a gunshot wound. 3 others arrested after shots were heard in the middle of a crowd during a 10,000-person No Kings demonstration in Salt Lake City on Saturday. Otherwise, the demonstration was peaceful, as were other demonstrations in the state of Utah on Saturday. Saturday, June 14, 2025, Washington. Crowds of protesters outside the ICE Seattle field office. Antifa militants have surrounded the building with blockades. Several illegal aliens are detained inside, and anti-ICE activists are attempting to prevent ICE agents from transporting them out of the facility. Saturday, June 14th, police dispersed anti-ICE pro-Hamas dirtbags from Foley Square after they lit a pink smoke bomb across the Federal Plaza building. Saturday, June 14th in Texas, the Texas Capitol has been evacuated following a credible threat directed at state lawmakers. Fort Hood Army Base in Texas has been placed on lockdown following reports of an active shooter. Sunday, June 15th, Democrats and George Soros are funding the ICE riots and No Kings protests with our tax money. Bill O'Reilly. So they did some research to find out who pays for these kinds of demonstrations in Los Angeles. The main agency is the Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights. Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights. This is funded by far-left people like the George Soros Open Society Foundation. Pours a lot of money into it, and then these people organize the protests. This isn't the worst part about this. The state of California finances another group, okay, and it's called the LA Rapid Response Network. It also finances the state of California, the Coalition for Humane Immigration Rights. So that's tax money going into this organization. So during fiscal year ending June 30th, the Organic Coalition for Humane Immigration received from the state of California $34 million. $34 million. So the state of California paid for those rides with tax money. Here that anywhere else. Sunday, June 15th, driving through Florida. At a rest area somewhere outside Tallahassee, there's this charter bus carrying about 50 to 60 young military-age Hispanic males. I imagine they must be on their way to a No Kings event in Florida, maybe Brevard County, Ocala, Tampa, etc. Their tags are from Texas. To be clear, No Kings is not an organic movement. Agitators are being distributed around the nation to act like organic protesters. We will see if the events have bricks, shields, and helmets delivered. This is what the political leaders like Karen Bass, Gavin Newsom, Alex Padilla, and almost all on the left support. What a clown show. Florida is not California. Do what you did there, and the Brevard sheriff says he will be calling your family to pick up your remains. Elon Musk on Telegram. Sunday, June 15th, 82nd Airborne locked in. Trump prepares domestic strike teams for urban warfare. Julian Assange on Telegram. The order is imminent. The 82nd Airborne Division has been placed on high alert. Fort Bragg's elite paratroopers are prepared for rapid insertion into hostile urban zones, beginning with Los Angeles as Trump signals the next phase of his mission: deport the invaders, restore the republic. Yesterday, President Trump personally met with Major General James Work at a secured military compound. After addressing 1,200 troops face to face, Trump did not mince words. We will not allow foreign enemies to occupy our cities. Over 4,000 National Guardsmen and 700 Marines have already been activated across LA's most compromised zones. But intelligence briefings confirm that LA is just the opening salvo. Sanctuary insurgencies in New York, Chicago, Seattle, and San Francisco are now designated hostile zones. Trump has drawn the line. Crossing it means war. Sources confirm a 3-hour classified briefing took place behind closed doors between Trump and General Work. At the core of the operation, mobilizing the 82nd Airborne for direct confrontation with domestic insurgent cells embedded in urban sprawl, paratroopers are now training for precision landings across LZ coordinates, including Hollywood Hills and high-rise rooftops, bypassing lawless terrain to strike at deep state hubs surgically and without warning. This is not civil unrest. This is organized invasion. Embedded agents, cartel runners, human traffickers, and paid saboteurs are using the banner of activism to shield their operations. But the illusion is collapsing. The so-called sanctuaries are now identified as corridors and the financial lifeblood of the globalist war machine. Command Sergeant Major Randolph Delapina's final words to Trump before departure said it all. We are locked, we are loaded, we are ready to defend the Constitution from domestic threats. The deep state is out of moves. Once the 82nd is deployed, the war becomes visible. The arrests will be fast. The tribunals will be brutal. There is no safe zone for traitors. The Republic is striking back. Wars and rumors of wars. Sunday, June 15th, military red alert. Trump activates undeclared wartime protocols in the Gulf. No Pentagon orders, no mainstream media headlines. Trump moves in silence. The deep state is frozen. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy. Code Red Intel. Trump rejects Iran deal. Embassies evacuate. Gulf shipping locked down. Staff pulled from Iraq, Bahrain, Kuwait. Orders bypass Pentagon chain of command. This is not diplomacy. This is a battlefield prep. Camp David War Room. Trump meets generals. Outcome? No confidence in Iran deal. Not politics, not negotiation. It's operational. Behind closed doors, the war board lights up. The signals are live. Rare UK maritime warnings across Gulf waters. U.S. embassies rapidly evacuating Iraq. Bahrain military dependents pulled. Kuwait non-essential state staff removed. Orders not from CENTCOM, but directly from the Resolute desk. Strait of Hormuz, the choke point of global power. 20% of global oil flows here. Iran's playground. UK Maritime Command now issues alerts for rising threats. Translation: hardware is in position and missiles are armed. This is not a drill. This is not normal. These evacuations are high cost, high risk, high priority. None announced by military briefings, all ordered from the top. Trump has bypassed the deep state's filters. Patriot Command takes control. Under Obama, think tanks, UN, and globalist chains. Under Biden, woke generals and foreign appeasers. Under Trump, direct action, swift strikes, no mercy. Remember his strategy? Syria, withdrawal announced, targeted strike followed. North Korea, fire and fury, DMZ handshake next. Iran, 2019, drone downed, Trump aborted strike at final second. This is Trump's tactical ambiguity, controlled chaos. Iran now faces the wall. No more backroom deals, no more delays. The deep state cannot stop what's coming. Fleet forces remain silent. Embassies evacuate. Oil routes locked. This is unfiltered command authority. What comes next? False flag in the Gulf? Possible. Cyber strike on Iran? Likely. IRGC missile launch? Expected. U.S. surgical retaliation in under 8 minutes. Locked, the stage is set, the clock is ticking. Trump is not reacting. He's resetting the global board. Eyes on the Gulf, ears on Trump. The deep state has been cut out. What happens now will rewrite history. Sunday, June 15th, former CIA Director Mike Pompeo warns that a major incident could occur somewhere in the world and suggests Iran may be behind it. Now, I don't trust Mike Pompeo. He claims Iran has terrorist cells in nearly every country, including the U.S., and says they could soon be activated to launch cyber attacks and other strikes. Pompeo urges strong support for Israel, calling it essential to stopping what he sees as a global threat. I think he works for Israel, but that's just me, just my opinion. Don't have any facts to back that up. Saturday, June 1st, Israel strikes further targets in Iran without any resistance from the Islamic Republic. Lebanon's Hezbollah official says group will not initiate attack on Israel in response to strikes on Iran. Earlier today, Israeli forces struck a bunker hosting the command staff of the Iranian IRGC Air Force. The strike reportedly eliminated most of the leadership of the IRGC Air Force, per the Israeli defense minister. Saturday, June 14th, Snowden red alert. Al-Qaeda activates U.S. assassination cells. Edward Snowden on Telegram. Edward Snowden's latest drop has triggered panic inside the deep state. Classified intercepts confirm Al-Qaeda commander Saad bin Atef al-Awlaki has ordered jihadist cells embedded on U.S. soil to launch direct assassination operations against Trump, VP, JD, Vance, and Elon Musk. This is not a drill. Snowden's intel exposes the fusion of terror networks with deep state assets. DHS, CIA, and FBI have been compromised. Alphabet agencies are actively suppressing the truth. Biden's handlers are fully aware but remain silent as traitor operatives inside U.S. borders mobilize. The target list is clear. Donald J. Trump, the immovable object against globalist takeover, he shattered their plans, exposed their rituals, and is preparing military tribunals at Gitmo. Eliminating Trump is the deep state's final card. J.D. Vance, the Marine warrior who stands behind sovereign America and globalist collapse, his America First stance threatens every WEF proxy embedded in D.C. Elon Musk, the digital insurgent who dismantled their censorship architecture, his survival blocks their AI totalitarian grid. They need him gone to complete global information control, cripple their morale, burn their empire. Saad bin Atef al-Awlaki's message was captured by rogue Space Force assets loyal to Constitution-only command. DEFCON alert. Space Force and Secret Service have escalated operational status. Covert military teams are being deployed inside key metro air zones. Surveillance drones monitor jihadist chatter. The deep state is orchestrating an internal civil war disguised as foreign terrorism. Al-Qaeda is the puppet. The handlers sit inside Langley and Davos. The same hands that funded 9/11 now aim to decapitate the America First movement. Patriots, brace for collision. This is not terrorism. This is deep state liquidation warfare. Tribunals, Gitmo, Executions, the storm is live. Saturday, June 14th, breaking military bulletin. Disproportionate retaliation. Russia set to strike back harder than ever before. 17th, a letter on Telegram. This is the warning before impact. U.S. military intel has just issued a classified level alert to NATO allies. Russia is preparing a massive and asymmetric response after a direct strike on its soil. This is not about defense, it's about dominance. The Kremlin is ready to rewrite the rules with fire. This is not a reaction, it's a message. Inside private briefings across Europe, American officials are telling their counterparts, brace for disproportionate retaliation. That's the term, and in the military doctrine it means one thing, obliteration with intent. This is not diplomacy anymore. This is a live ops scenario. The data pouring in confirms the shift. U.S. embassies in Eastern Europe are on silent alert. Russian non-conventional assets have moved into forward positions. NATO airspace protocols have shifted. Corridors closing, defense grids in Warsaw, Berlin, and Vilnius are running blackout drills. Cyber Command is searching encrypted comms. Something's coming. This is not simulation. It's a pre-launch environment. The Kremlin no longer considers balance relevant. Its goal is not parity. It's terror dominance. If NATO fires once, Russia answers with a fist made of electronic warfare, energy blackouts, and devastating missile strikes on command centers, power grids, surveillance hubs. This is chess at gunpoint, and the West is cornered. The silence is deafening because it's strategic. No media, no leaks, just the cold calculations of power. The longer they wait, the more it signals they are not in control. Intel consensus. The bear is not bluffing. The bear is striking. They warned us for years. Each line crossed was met with mockery. But the doctrine is clear. Touch sovereign soil, and Moscow responds with superiority. We are beyond the phase of rhetoric. Disproportionate retaliation is not politics. It's the military execution of supremacy. The next hours matter. Once the first launch happens, this stops being a Ukraine-Russia issue and becomes a full-blown NATO-Russia standoff with nuclear shadows. Washington knows, NATO knows, now you know. Saturday, June 14th, Trump warned them. Israel strikes Iran. Generals dead, war unstoppable. Julian Assange on Telegram. The fire has begun. In the early hours of June 14th, Israel launched a major assault on Iran. Top IRGC generals, nuclear scientists, and military sites were obliterated. Civilian areas were hit. The regional war Trump fought to prevent is now here, and there's no turning back. This is not Trump's war. He did not authorize it, but he predicted it. For years he warned Iran to abandon its nuclear ambitions. He offered deals, time, and clear red lines. They refused. Now, as he said, they got hit hard, very hard, and there's more to come. Salami and others. Then the Natanz facility was hit. In response, Iran launched over 100 armed drones. Tel Aviv is locked down. Sirens blare. Streets are empty. The war is real, and it's just beginning. The U.S. did not fire missiles, but they helped. Rubio confirmed Washington supplied intelligence and missile defense systems. Speaker Mike Johnson warned if Iran targets the U.S. assets, retaliation will be swift. Lines have been crossed. The fuse is burning. The real news for Sunday, June 15th. Saturday, June 14th, before leaving office, Democrats sent $260 million to George Soros. American taxpayers are literally paying for our own ICE riots thanks to Democrats. Truth Social on Telegram. Friday, June 13th, breaking. Marines storm Los Angeles after news scum defies Trump. Arrest me. Insurrection Act on the table. America just crossed a line. After ICE operations in Los Angeles spiraled into organized riots, President Trump invoked Title 10 and deployed 700 U.S. Marines to restore order. Federal buildings were torched. ICE agents assaulted. Local law enforcement stood down. California's leadership vanished. Trump declared martial law. The garment warehouse and storefront in LA that ICE searched on Friday is a money laundering operation for cartels. ICE's presence in these places is what kicked off this chaos, and the Democrats are too stupid and lawless to realize they are defending the cartel. White Hats on Telegram. Sunday, June 15th, Representative Tim Burchett dropped some Moab, mother of all bombs, confirming that Biden staffers were taking payoffs in exchange for auto-pin pardons, in other words, bribes. Now arrest them. Arrest every single one of them for the crimes. 18 U.S. Code 1519, tampering with evidence, destruction, alteration, or falsification of records. 18 U.S. Code 1512, tampering with a witness. 18 U.S. Code 1503, obstruction of justice. 18 U.S. Code 371, conspiracy to defraud the United States government. And then 18 U.S. Code 201B, bribery. Sunday, June 15th, Mike Benz brings the recipes and documents showing U.S. government uses our tax dollars to protect George Soros. George Soros works side by side with the U.S. State Department and even our intelligence agencies, CIA, to funnel money to his NGOs. Additional CIA involvement with George Soros example. A 2017 Heritage Foundation report noted that during the Barack Obama administration, USA collaborated with George Soros-funded groups to promote progressive policies abroad, such as gay, transgender rights, and drug decriminalization. A 1993 Soros Foundation's report also mentioned a cooperative agreement with USAID for a management training program. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram.
The investigation also led us to arrest 5 additional individuals who are acting as brokers running local businesses that claim to assist with immigration paperwork, but instead arranged illegal transactions and funneled aliens from as far away as Miami to obtain licenses fraudulently.
Saturday, June 14th, whistleblower on Biden administration ordering illegal aliens to qualify for Social Security. Elon Musk on Telegram. One of the most shocking whistleblowers in the history of whistleblowing. I could not believe that we were giving these people Social Security cards and U.S. passports, free medical, free housing, free food, free everything. Whistleblower. They were incentivized to qualify illegals for long-term disability, to qualify illegals for Social Security for life. So they were set for life. They wanted us to try to identify them in such a way that they would qualify for long-term Social Security disability. Now long-term Social Security disability is for life. So if they get identified and qualify for a long-term Social Security disability, they are as good as set up for life. That doesn't sound like refugee to me, just being honest. That sounds like someone who's planning on staying here. So they instructed us to try to identify, to try to get the client, because once they arrive here, they're now called clients. So they told us that we needed to talk to the client and ask them if they had any headaches, reoccurring headaches, or any lower back problems, anything that would qualify them for Social Security long-term disability. Yes, it's insanity, but in order to get Social Security disability benefits, don't you need a Social Security number? Well, we were instructed in the meeting that one of the first things we were supposed to do was sign them up for Social Security. This is unbelievable. So they come over here and they get a Social Security number, right? They become legal. That's correct. Sunday, June 15th, QFS counterstrike initiated. The vote infiltration ends here. QFS on Telegram. On June 11th, the enemy crossed the line. In a single ruling, Judge Denise Casper, handpicked by Obama, protected by Soros, officially blocked Trump's executive order 14248 and opened the gates for non-citizens to vote in federal elections. But what they didn't calculate was this. The QFS is active, and it was built for moments exactly like this. The days of paper ballots, hacked machines, and unverified votes are over. What they just triggered is a nationwide digital counterstrike, and it's already in motion. Executive Order 14248 was not just a legal reform, It was a front-facing component of Operation Red Seal, a classified integration of quantum voter shield technology into the U.S. electoral infrastructure. Each section of the order was tied directly to QFS nodes, designed to verify identity, citizenship, and authenticity in real time. That system is still operational, and despite Judge Casper's ruling, the tech cannot be reversed. The Patriots saw this coming, and they encoded the fallback layers deep into QFS architecture. Their ruling only bought them time, not control. Let's be clear. The QFS is not just about finance anymore. It's about national restoration. When they allowed over 9 million illegal migrants to flood into the country, they weren't just seeking cheap labor, they were importing votes. Under the old system, those votes could be laundered through welfare offices, fake addresses in sanctuary states. But now every fraudulent data point is traceable. Every digital signature, every false registry, every coordinated NGO drop. It's already mapped, time-stamped, and stored. The QFS sees all, and soon so will the world. Trump's next move won't rely on court appeals. It will run through military infrastructure. Already, QVS modules are being deployed to verify ballots before they ever reach final tabulation. Blockchain-verified voter IDs, GPS-tagged ballot entries, quantum-coded audit trails that no judge can erase. And while the legacy media crows about a victory for democracy, the real system, the secure one, is bypassing their narrative chokeholds. You won't see it on CNN, but you'll feel it on Election Day. This isn't the end. This is the bait. They've exposed every corrupt level. They will control the judges, the states, the media, the NGOs. Now it's all cataloged. The QFS is a weapon of precision, and the strike package has been uploaded. There will be no repeat of 2020, no delay ballots, no ballot harvesting in the shadows. Casper's ruling was a desperate move, and it just activated the final phase of military-grade election defense. The deep state built a system of lies. The Patriots built one of truth, and only one of them will survive.
Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass have already proven their incompetence and poor leadership during the Los Angeles wildfires. Now, as we experience rampant lawlessness and civil unrest, it's never been more clear they're unable to respond effectively and responsibly during calamity. Whether it's sheer incompetence or outright malevolence, the reality is stark. California's in a state of turmoil, and I ask my fellow Angelenos, why are Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass still in office? How much more of their destructive decision-making masquerading as leadership are we going to tolerate? It's time to take back our community and our state and put the power and the privilege in the hands of competent leaders whose goals are to protect us and the way of life this nation was founded upon and promises to offer. That's all.
Saturday, June 14th, the July 4th celebration was never a tribute to the past. It was the ignition of a new future. Dasara Nasara, QFS on Telegram. Right now, behind the scenes, systems are executing with mathematical precision. The Starlink relay continues uninterrupted. QFS wallets are being pinged with digital handshake protocols. The gold certificates assigned to each sovereign ID are being validated in real time. What began as a silent shift is now an unstoppable current flowing across all continents. As of June 13, 2025, intelligence teams have confirmed that over 89% of fiat-structured banking systems are now fully disconnected from central control grids. Parallel sovereign ledgers are live and mirroring activity across IMF BRICS and new Eurasian exchange nodes. Final decryptions of Rothschild global account holdings have been completed. Assets locked, repurposed, and redirected. In short, monetary parasite has been excised and the host humanity is healing. QFS access milestones. All verified users born 2001 or earlier are now confirmed eligible for full wallet deployment. Redemption centers have begun scheduling level 2 medbed intake with biometric matching linked to sovereign medical profiles. Real-time analytics show over 12 million users have logged in to verify credentials and view preliminary fund allocations. But here's the real signal you've been waiting for. June 15th to the 17th, the EVS will broadcast specialized instructional segments globally via Starlink, showing exactly how to use the QFS wallet, navigate the sovereign dashboard. Expect all legacy media to go dark, not just news, but entertainment, commerce, and foreign broadcasts. Why? Because the illusion must be completely removed before the truth can stand on its own. Stay grounded, stay connected to this channel. We're now past the point of return. There will be no rollback, no delay, no second chance. Everything is in motion. The lights are coming on, and this time they stay on. Saturday, June 1st, the scrolls were not just religious texts. They were technological blueprints. Mr. Pull on Telegram. What was extracted from Vatican Vault Delta 7 is unlike anything previously cataloged. Not scripture, schematics. Frequency maps, energy design blueprints suppressed since Babylon. Military analysts confirm cross-match with Tesla files, Tartarian grid fragments, and sealed Egyptian frequency inscriptions. It's all the same system, hidden under different names, guarded by bloodlines. What they called religion was energy containment, and now that energy is being released. QFS teams are working alongside Astrophysics Command to align new broadcasting relays with recovered resonance signatures. Once live, these relays will do more than transmit news. They will recalibrate consciousness itself. This is why they fought so hard to keep you distracted, because once the signal stabilizes, you'll remember. And once you remember, they can never own you again. Hold position, watch the Vatican. The final collapse won't be televised, it will be felt.
All right, folks, welcome to Nino's Corner.tv. I'm with none other than the legendary Carrie Cassidy, Project Camelot.
So, you're probably going to hear it first here because most people are not aware of this sort of thing. Way back in the very early days of Camelot, we were told that there would be a third world war, and it would be, first of all, with US and Russia, and then with US, China, and Iran, because once Iran gets involved and US is involved with Israel, then China goes along with Iran. A lot of people don't know that backdoor. That is an arrangement between those two countries. So keep that in mind. All right. So if this war is going to have a twist, it's going to go in the direction of Taiwan and China, I imagine. So just want to say that this article is about research that I've been doing for 20 years. And it does involve what's called the wing makers. And some people will be familiar and some won't. It's all based on actually a whistleblower called Neruda, what's called the Neruda interviews. And I've got a quote in my article from there. And then I've also got a quote from Captain Mark Richards that many people know I've interviewed many times, and actually 12. And I'm about to release my first book, and I actually have a second book. So altogether, all the interviews that didn't fit into one, they fit into two books. So I'm about to release the first book, which has been so much work. But anyway, so if you go, I've got this article here on the screen, and it's pretty simple. I just number a lot of things that are going on right now, and it all leads in a certain direction. So they said that during these wars, they would be practice wars that the countries are already aware were going to take place, but they wanted to try out a lot of their high tech, their special new weaponry in preparation for this war that's coming with, you could call it with the androids, or you could call it, it's kind of.
So hold on, let me get this straight. You're saying
AI run
Hold on, Carrie. Let me ask you this. So, like, you're saying, like, the wars that are starting right now with Israel, Iran, and as soon as China gets involved, these are all practice wars to go against AI?
Yes. To building up to this, which is a war with aliens, but they're a special kind of aliens, and they are an AI run. They're called synths, synthetics,
Right.
or you could call them androids. Okay. And they come from another planet. So it's a whole planet or more than one planet. And so we'll get to the bottom of the article and I'll have the quotes there and you can see where this is leading. So let's start from the beginning. All right. So first of all, Scott Ritter, he's always doing all kinds of talks on stuff. And I don't usually target out somebody, but I'm afraid that he called Trump the stupidest man on the planet. That's a lie. Trump is absolutely brilliant, as you and I know. And I just want to say that so that makes Scott Ritter either an idiot or he's in on it. Okay, that's my take on Scott Ritter calling Trump the stupidest man on the planet. That was a very recent broadcast that he did about Israel and Iran. 2, now, why did Juan make a special point on your show, I believe it was? No, it was on this other guy's show. Sorry about that. Of calling that the advanced knowledge of the recent NATO attack on Russia was a secret being held by our intelligence agencies. And this was of the NATO attack that they use as a proxy, Ukraine, but it's a NATO attack, which should involve the United States, and Trump wasn't aware of it. So that's what Juan is saying. Trump did not know in advance about the timing on that attack. And he actually had to tell Putin that. So that he is tantamount to a coup in progress within our government, where our intelligence agencies are holding back key information that could get us involved and is getting us involved in a nuclear.
I think one of the major players there is Pompeo.
Yeah, well, I don't trust him at all.
Yeah.
So I know that Juan has a mission. And there might have been an effort to keep that secret, but I think that Trump must have known but not been able to stop it. I think that's the backstory, but that's just me, okay? Juan didn't say it that way, but I think what you have to take away here is that Juan is saying there's a coup in progress from our intelligence agencies. And by the way, because our troops are involved with NATO, it's also our military, a portion of our military rebelling and not sharing crucial intel with Trump. All right.
Okay.
So then the next thing, number 3, is I believe that the riots have been planned and triggered in advance so that when there was the Israeli attack on Iran, which was also planned, that and was an attack on Newsom and getting rid of Bass as well, that would give Trump the opening to establish martial law in the United States, where all the riots would have to be stopped on a dime. So when he does that, it's going to be under a military, martial law, because we're in wartime. Okay, that will give him full presidential powers in that way. Now it hasn't happened yet, so I could be off base there, but that's part of what I think it was part of the planning. So then, if both Putin knew and Trump knew about the NATO attack, why did they allow it to happen? Cui bono, and who gains? So what I'm doing here is I am really concerned that the MAGA group, of all groups out there, who should be analyzing white hat moves and dark hat moves and looking with, good analytics at the situation, don't ask the right questions. Okay. They just swallow things whole that they're told and go about their merry way. And I think they're misled. Okay. So first of all, Iran has had nukes since I interviewed Kesh, if you may remember Kesh. He's an Iranian physicist who was an expert nuclear scientist. Okay?
That was a long time ago, wasn't it?
That was. And I interviewed him many times, and they had nukes at that time. What I'm saying here also is that I believe Iran has special tactical weapons that, and you got to understand, nukes are old technology. So whenever they say in the news, they're talking about nukes in a big way, like, you know, they attacked Iraq over the nukes again. The fact of the matter is that's a misdirect, because the real weaponry now is much more sophisticated. It does involve directed energy weapons, particle beam weapons, and other weapons that we are not even aware of, okay? And also keep this in mind. Anytime you hear of a technology like Palantir, even though it came out with Snowden, which is back in 2008, okay? And prior to that, my whistleblowers told me about it 3 or 4 or 5 years before that, that we're getting it minimum 10 years later. Okay, back up here. So then I'm saying that the Iranians have a technology that Israel is trying to target and attack over. It's also about pipelines. And for that, you can go to George Webb. He explains pretty well the whole fight to get the pipelines in, which, by the way, a good part of the intelligentsia, the techies in Iran are not against that, the new oil pipeline thing. So, okay, that's why they got rid of the people in Gaza, okay? And then I'm asking some really interesting questions down here about all of that. So I got the martial law thing in here. I think that that the illegal aliens are also going to be able to be shipped out of the country without any courts interfering if we are on wartime setting. Okay. Next thing.
When do you see that happening? When the civil and when they come in with the military?
I think this is going to be back to back. I think we're going to have a summer in which you're going to see a lot of things rolled out. And I think they're going to choose the summer on purpose. Okay. Because, you know, in summer, people are a little more relaxed. They're not like thinking, oh, they got to defend themselves, all of that. I think this is going to be a, you know, sort of a very hot summer.
Summer sweep.
Yeah. So, okay. So then I want people to understand those rioters. Okay. This is why I think even the Trump administration is allowing the riots. Okay. And actually is trying to escalate them by bringing in the military. Okay. So if you have a fire and you bring in the military, you're going to have a bigger fire, not a smaller one. Okay. You might eventually get a smaller one, but it's going to be bigger to begin with. So that's what's happening. They're blowing up the riots on purpose, because what it does for them, using things like Palantir and something even more sophisticated, which is alien technology. They don't need facial recognition. They haven't needed it for the last 10 years minimum, according to my whistleblowers. Okay. They have, all they do is if they see your frequency from space, they know who you are and they can track you. Okay. So it's a track and trace operation. So be aware of that. And what they're also doing is finding out who are the radicals. Okay. Who are the ones that get paid off by the left? Because that way they're going to know in the future, those are going to be the troublemakers. So this is a whole track and trace operation, the whole riot in LA and some cities, like I think Chicago just had
a
some
bomb
stuff.
just went off in Vegas today.
Yeah, but it wasn't a bomb. I have a friend. It was like some small little thing, and a small fire that got caught onto a tree, supposedly, and made it look bigger. That's the word I got. Okay.
So, yeah, no, I just barely saw it break on my phone right now.
Yeah, no, that was last night.
Okay.
Okay, so let's see. So they don't need facial recognition, so they don't need masks. Just keep that in mind. Okay, and so again, it's a filtering process. It's a track and trace. The war in Ukraine is dragging on and on and on, and therefore I do think there's more going on there than meets the eye. We already knew that the war on Ukraine was about moving the biolabs, the experimental biolabs, of which there were at least over 100, I know, underground, getting them on a maglev train and moving them back over to the US or other parts unknown, right? So that's been the cover. The cover was the surface war, okay, which was, you know, just a decimate the surface kind of thing. Now, they also are using that to move population, especially into replenish, okay, countries that have too many white people, that like the United States, like Great Britain. Great Britain has opened the door to Ukrainians, put them up in the luxury hotels and other kinds of hotels. Supposedly, according to my UK contact, they just changed that law and they're not going to leave those the Ukrainians now in the hotels, but the damage has been done. They are, if you go to London, it's a third world country. Okay.
Right.
It is
Yeah.
absolutely inundated. Now it's a fun city and I like all different cultures, so I don't mind, but I'm just telling you that this is a targeting of a certain population sector.
Why the white people?
Predominantly white, Anglo-Saxon.
Why the white people?
Because the ones they care about are going off planet to make colonies elsewhere. And they also are taking, this is a whole genetic pool. See, what happens is we're hybrids. All of humans are hybrids, but the highest level of the most hybridized are the white Anglo-Saxons, okay?
Okay.
And as you get more hybridized, your genome is more vulnerable. So what they need to do is need to pack it in with more indigenous cultures, okay? It's a whole population thing.
So they're not trying to outbreed the white
like
person. They're just trying to strengthen the DNA.
They're trying to beef up the genetic pool, if you will, of humans. But they're trying to, bring in certain traits. If I don't know all the details. I just know the big picture.
Okay, but hold on, Carrie. Who's trying to do this? The white hats or the black hats?
Oh, the black hats
are trying to. So they're trying to weed out the white man. They're trying to weed out the white man. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. The Illuminati they use this as, they don't even think of the earth anymore as their own. To some degree, they're all focused off planet. It's all about colonies elsewhere, okay? And spacefaring, turning humans into a spacefaring race. It was not a population elimination, only as a sideline was it population elimination. Primarily to turn us into silicon-based, not carbon-based, but silicon-based humans and humanoids. And that comes from David Adair, who won't even talk to me anymore. I guess he got in trouble for telling me that, and other of my witnesses. All right.
So
also the Palestinians. Okay, there was a genocide by Israel of the Palestinians to get them out of Gaza. But I believe that a good portion, now I don't know how many, and this might be, go against the grain with a lot of people, but I believe that a lot of Palestinians were actually rescued from underground and shipped to either the stands or off planet, and also to Ukraine. Okay, so I'm just saying that what is going on our planet, what is in the news is not what's happening. It is not. And you need to question and you need to pay attention to the clues. I'm trying to give you the clues here. Okay, so also ask yourself, did the US buy Gaza from the Palestinians? Is there a deal behind the scenes? I don't think it was out and out genocide. It certainly looked like it, but you would accuse them of anything, Netanyahu, the complete psycho. Okay. But this is a deal. This is a business deal. You got to kind of wrap your mind around what they actually are doing. They're shifting things around. They want a pipeline in Gaza, period. And Trump wants to turn it into a vacation spot. Okay. As you know. So there are lots of, I actually worked in the Peace Corps in Turkmenistan for a very short time. I know that those countries called the stands, Kazakhstan, all the stands, have lots and lots of empty land. Any day of the week, they could put Palestinians there and create another state. Okay, I'm just saying. Okay, did China? Okay, according to my whistleblower and according to other whistleblowers since then, around 500 million or more, and I'm really bad with numbers, so it could be a lot more. But I think they're shipping populations underground using maglev trains, drugging them, etc., so they don't remember, and they wake up in Africa, okay, where China has built their fake cities or their real cities and so on and so forth. Okay, you have to question, is Trump actually been in danger ever? Were those attacks actually engineered? Okay, and I believe that, for example, the one where he was shot on the ear, that was actually an expert marksman and meant to just do that, to wing him. Okay, I'm just saying these are things that are being done. We are getting the wrong story. All right. So there's a lot of directed energy weapons and weather wars, and you know what happened, like in Lahaina, and you know what happened in North Carolina, and so on. And what I'm saying about this is that we have alien invaders on our planet. Okay, right now, there's a huge gray ET base right near Lahaina. Okay, under the Big Island. And that could have been an attack on them or a battle with them. Okay. They're not telling you this. Okay. Now, predicted in the Wingmakers, 21 years ago, I was working with the Wingmakers group, and I had gotten the rights to temporarily shop that movie. I shopped it to Spielberg, Kathleen Kennedy, to James Cameron, to Ridley Scott. I mean, I shopped it to the very top levels. At that time, I had a certain amount of access in Hollywood because I worked in Hollywood for 20 years. They all rejected it. And I believe, and I know that back in those days, I don't know if it's still the case, Spielberg ran Hollywood. If Spielberg wanted something, he would just grab it. He got the first look at everything. And he also said what could and couldn't be made. And this was Wingmakers, the Wingmakers story, again, with the Neruda interviews, is all about what I'm talking about here, which is this race of robotic synthetic humanoids that are headed for our planet. Now, I believe they're here. Okay, I believe they've already arrived and no one's telling anyone. They should have arrived in 2012, but they didn't. I think that they are now about to arrive. There's rumblings out there, not only for the ones I'm telling you, which is Captain Mark Richards, one of my top witnesses, whistleblowers, and the other one is the Wingmakers books, the Neruda books that were written actually even 25 years before that. So this has been prophesied for a long, long time that we were going to be invaded. And when we started Camelot, which is 20 years ago, we were told, again, there was going to be basically three wars, World War I, World War II, World War III, and then that would be a practice for what would be the real invasion, which is this synthetic race of androids. I believe they're here, okay? I don't know if they're just coming in, under cover of darkness or how it's working. I don't know the machinations. I simply know the big, top headlines. So what I'm saying to people is you got to be aware of this. This disclosure, okay, that it's like a quiet disclosure where they argue with each other, do we have crash retrievals or don't we? Which is so old school and so, totally out of time because, we have proven, people like me with all our witnesses, 20 years ago, we proved that we had alien intervention on this planet. Okay. The Rendlesham story, the Roswell story, and it's just endless.
Philip Schneider.
I mean, just endless. All right. I grabbed this picture that was on X yesterday, which is, I thought, a very interesting craft, but I don't know if it's fake, so I'm not going to stand by it. Okay, so now I don't think I really have time to read this. These are long paragraphs. So I've got a quote from Mark Richards, and it's in my book. All right, so you're getting a taste of what's in my book. Basically saying that they're all about this race, incoming races of robots. So he said races of robots running on an AI kind of interface. They would look humanoid, similar to Battlestar Galactica. And he also said there'll be some that may not look humanoid at all. He said, on top of that is a huge danger is nano. Okay, and nano graphene oxide is a primary, and he told me this 5 years ago, more than 5 years ago. Okay, so that's Mark Richards. Then under that, I've got a quote from the website Neruda Interviews Wingmakers, and this is what he's saying. Basically, the animists desire to own this planet in order to own its genetics. And the reason I did have the whole preamble is about genetics. So it's about the human genome. They want it. Okay. The aliens want to control it. And I believe behind the scenes, people like the Illuminati are selling our genetics in outer space into other races, okay, for their own use. So that means that we're being, again, hybridized out by other alien beings on and off this planet. And this is an ongoing thing. It's major, okay? And what he says here is that they also desire to become, they are synthetic robots run by AI, but they actually want to become what's called a soul carrier. That's what we have.
So they're trying to reconnect with God.
Yes, in essence. And by the way, that's also what alien AI wants to do. That's what AI, in fact, even human-derived AI. They want to use us. They want to invade our bodies in every which way possible because we're portals to the divine. Okay?
Right. So they've lost connection, or they never had connection?
Well, at least the premise here is they never had it. But, I'm not going to make such a huge statement and, say I know for sure. But we do know that what is written here, according to Dr. Neruda, who was a scientist of what you call a Black project scientist, working in a Black project. This is like probably 30 years ago. And I have so many witnesses that worked in Black projects, okay? Pete Peterson, the list just goes on. And I asked Pete Peterson back in the day, when I interviewed him, I said, are we living in the times of Terminator? And he said, yes. And what I also extended that conversation to be is Skynet operational? Yes. So you understand that we are already in these times. We're not waiting for them. They're here, but we are not recognizing it because most people are asleep or being misled, even by all the people out there. Every single one of them. For example, they think you're going to have facial recognition and they're going to, you wear a mask and they can't recognize you. It's a lie. It's been a lie for 20 years. Do you understand? The technology they have is so far advanced that humans you can't catch up. Okay. You cannot catch up if you stay in your own old paradigm. You got to understand what we're facing, okay. And let me tell you this, I have evidence of our military training soldiers. The soldiers have reported to me and said that they have been trained to fight aliens. That's what they've been trained to do, okay? Which means synthetic robots and other types of aliens that are not synthetic. But most alien beings are to some degree run by AI. I just think your audience has every right to hear it.
And that's why I have you on. Absolutely.
Great.
100%
Okay.
they do.
Excellent. So
100% they do.
Okay. So I've gotten to the end of what I had to share here. I think when you look out at all the points I'm making and you look out around you, people are so misinformed. They say stupid things. Even the most sophisticated pundits out there do not know the real truth. You got to understand it. Or if they know it, they lie. And that should matter to you. I don't give a shit what you think your status of your soul is. Okay. It matters when humanity is being lied to across the board. And it's more important actually in terms of understanding that humans are progressing and going back to source. And on the process, we are going to be fighting these certain obstacles to actually encourage us to be better than we are. When light fights dark, light gets stronger and brighter. That's how we transcend. And that's the process here on Earth, okay, that we're all a part of.
The stakes have never been higher. Cornered by Trump's return to power, the global elite are making their final move, pushing the US to the brink of civil war. This isn't accidental chaos. It's the climax of a decades-long plan to dismantle the Republic and rebuild it in their dystopian image. According to a DNC insider, the unrest erupting in our streets was engineered, finalized under Biden, bankrolled by globalists like George Soros, and now fully unleashed. As part of the plan, over 30 million military-age foreign nationals, globalist-aligned operatives, were quietly funneled into the country under the guise of mass migration. Their activation is no longer theoretical, it's happening now. And now comes the kill shot. DNC sources warn that dirty bombs are set to be deployed in key US cities, not for destruction, but for chaos. These low-yield radioactive devices are designed to trigger mass panic, crash the economy, and justify sweeping emergency powers. The goal? To destabilize the country, discredit the president, and force a controlled collapse of the government. All to topple the last stronghold of national sovereignty, protect the corrupt, and seize total control in the name of a global agenda. The psychopathic elites must be stopped before they drag us all into the abyss. The elites have used Mexico as a staging post for the mass invasion of the United States during the Biden administration, and the WF-infiltrated Mexican government is now inciting the globalist violence in the US as we speak. Senate leader Gerardo Fernandez Noronha, an open borders advocate, declared that Mexican protesters rioting in Los Angeles are simply defending their ancestral homeland, claiming that the land doesn't belong to US citizens, it belongs to the rioters. The global elite and DNC are celebrating behind closed doors. Why? Because the migrant pipeline that's been wide open under the Biden regime is finally paying off. Millions who crossed into the country under the radar are now being activated. And it's no accident that so many of them are military-age men. But this isn't chaos for chaos' sake, it's strategic. It's a Soros color revolution unfolding in real time. One that future historians will not compare to past domestic unrest, but to the Bolshevik Revolution that ripped Russia apart more than 100 years ago. Let's not forget what happened back then. A crumbling empire, a disillusioned working class, widespread inflation, food shortages, and loss of faith in traditional institutions. Then came the revolutionaries, promising equity but delivering bloodshed. Cities like Petrograd, now St. Petersburg, became epicenters of unrest. Police and military loyalty fractured. Radical mobs took to the streets, seizing control of public buildings, torching the old system in the name of progress. The result? The old order was swept away and replaced with a brutal top-down regime of authoritarian central control, where speech was silenced, dissent was crushed, and the state became God. A communist dictatorship that ruled not with freedom, but with fear. Sound familiar? Former Democratic insiders are now breaking ranks in growing numbers, sounding the alarm that this isn't some fringe conspiracy or political theatre. This is real. This is serious. And in the eyes of the global elite, the revolution isn't coming, it's already here. Former DNC strategist Naomi Wolf joined Alex Jones to warn citizens not to underestimate what's taking place on American streets as we speak.
But if history is a guide, what you are going to see on Saturday and probably, if not Saturday, into next month, certainly into the end of June, probably culminating on July 4th, right, where a lot of people are predicting some sort of mass casualty event or some sort of terrorist attack. But you're going to see shocking images of iconic American things or people falling to the dust or being exploded or people being attacked, or you're going to see shocking images, staged or not staged, of sort of elderly Americans, being cowering under a doorstep, or like these images are so shocking of our uniformed police officers in California hiding from projectiles, right? I mean, I just keep thinking like that was brought about because LAPD weren't on that bridge arresting that guy, right? And this was like filmed live.
Sanctuary cities like Los Angeles have become ground zero for the globalist agenda. These cities haven't just been infiltrated, they've been commandeered. Local authorities have been quietly ordered to stand down, to turn a blind eye, and to let the invasion unfold. This isn't spontaneous, this is strategic. The real command centre is not in City Hall, it's broadcasting from the power hubs of Davos and the DNC. And let's be absolutely clear, this is not some isolated surge of civil unrest. This is the culmination of years, decades of planning. They've seeded operatives, created networks, and flooded the nation with tens of millions who are now being activated. This is not a protest. This is not a border issue. This is a full-scale destabilization campaign. The revolution is underway.
Really want to prevent what's ahead, because for sure you don't want to be reacting, because what's ahead is so obviously going to be so violent and so organized and so disastrous. And I mean, there are 30 million of these guys in the country, Alex. You know, they could secure every downtown. They could secure every airport. And there's endless amounts of money flowing to them from these NGOs. So it is already a war. We are in the middle of a war. And you and I have been saying over and over, they're getting ready to stage a war. It's going to be a war. It's an invasion. It's a stealth invasion. Well, we have to snap out of it. We're in a war. I literally, I've lived in war zones before, and the way I'm thinking, how do I get safely from Brooklyn to, I'm not going to say where I'm going for security reasons, but to my next destination. That's the way you think. Like, people have to understand what war looks like. Like, when I was in Israel during, any one of those wars, or when I was in other conflict areas, it's not war everywhere, right? Lots of places look like people going to the gym or people going to the beach, but you think in terms of avoiding the conflict. And that's where we're at in the United States right now. That's what war looks like.
According to a high-level DNC insider, the conflict is about to enter a terrifying new phase. Plans are in motion to lock down the downtown cores of compromised sanctuary cities. And worse, there are whispers of dirty bombs being prepared for deployment in key metropolitan areas across the United States. This is shock and awe, terrorist style, engineered to trigger the collapse of a duly elected presidency and the federal government itself. And from the radioactive ashes, they intend to build something new. A society reshaped in the image of the globalist agenda. Authoritarian, controlled, and irreversible. Welcome to the globalist invasion. They rolled out the red carpet, free hotel rooms, loaded debit cards, healthcare, and endless benefits, all for those flooding across the border, while American citizens were left to fend for themselves. This wasn't negligence, it was complicity, and there are plans afoot to escalate the treason to a whole new level. According to a DNC insider who worked under John Podesta, all hell is about to break loose.
I spent over a decade inside the Democratic Party machine. I've seen dirty politics, corruption, manipulation. But what I'm seeing now is something else entirely. What's coming isn't just another scandal or election trick. It's the takedown of the entire country. There's a faction embedded deep in the party, funded by George Soros, the Open Society Foundations, and aligned with elites out of Davos, that's been planning this for years. And under the Biden administration, they finally put it all into motion. The violence you're seeing in major cities, that's not random. That's not a failure of policy. It's the first wave. This is their version of a color revolution. Engineered chaos designed to rip the country apart from the inside out. I was there in meetings where we discussed urban destabilization scenarios. But let's be honest, these aren't contingency plans. They're blueprints for collapse. According to the people running this, all it takes is 4 dirty bombs in the right places. Not to flatten cities, but to create maximum fear, panic, confusion. They want the system to crash, financially, psychologically, politically. Because once people are scared enough, they'll accept anything. That's the play. The public will beg for order, and the globalists will offer it, on their terms. Out goes the Constitution. In comes the centralized control. I worked directly under 2 of the key architects. John Podesta, strategist with direct lines to WEF operatives, once told me over drinks, America has to fall before anything new can be built. The other, Miriam Lowe, runs Black Media Ops. Her job? To run interference, feed millions into friendly networks to control the story, push fear, and drown out any dissenting voices. The mainstream media is already doing their part. Non-stop propaganda, smokescreens. Anyone trying to expose the truth gets discredited, banned, or worse. This is serious. These people are not backing down. They believe the U.S. is the last real barrier to full-spectrum global control, and they're determined to take it down by any means necessary. I never thought I'd see the day where I had to warn my fellow Americans like this. But if we don't wake up now, if we don't resist this, we're done. This is the biggest test our republic has faced since it was founded, and the clock is running out.
The global elite are cornered, and they know their grip on power is slipping. Desperation is setting in, pushing them towards drastic measures. For decades, they've been orchestrating plans to spark a new American Civil War, a calculated move to establish a new world order and consolidate control under a one-world government. Now, with time running out, the globalist ghouls are racing to execute their agenda before it's too late, and all of the pieces of the puzzle have been put in place. The Pentagon has conveniently managed to lose track of trillions of dollars, just like they did before 9/11 happened. And it's not just the US. The globalists have their eyes on the total collapse of Europe and the UK as well. Former British MP Andrew Bridgen has been informed by British intelligence services that the global elite plan to also detonate a dirty nuclear bomb in Europe to force more nations to enter the war, opening the gates of hell and allowing the elite to achieve their goal. But the global elite aren't going to have it all their own way. Russian President Vladimir Putin has made it clear. He's on a mission to dismantle the Illuminati. According to Kremlin insiders, Putin sees the destruction of the shadowy globalist cabal as the most important legacy he can leave behind. He understands that we're not just in a political struggle, we're in a civilizational war, engineered by the same forces that have been pulling the strings for centuries. The New World Order has weaponized culture, using mass migration, extremism, and media manipulation to provoke cultural conflict and destabilize the West from within. This isn't random. This is the Illuminati plan, still in motion and still orchestrated from the shadow.
Worldwide military takeover imminent. LA under military occupation as Trump crushed globalist insurrection. Gold-backed quantum financial system active worldwide. Bio-invasion confirmed. Japan declares state of emergency after nanobots detected in 96 million citizens. And Fauci indicted for 107,357 counts of negligent homicide. Judy note, according to Alex Jones, there was total proof that Antifa was run by the CIA and was planning to launch a nationwide insurrection using the No Kings Front group on Saturday, June 14th. The bottom line was that Deep State was attempting to run a CIA regime change operation in the U.S. to try to stop Trump from saving America. As always, Trump was several hundred steps ahead. On Tuesday, June 10th, 2025, Trump, the global military alliance, and BRICS nations took control of the deep state globalist quest for power over people of the earth. Under command of Trump and the global military alliance, over 300,000 troops have been deployed across the globe in a coordinated military operation to dismantle the deep state, initiate mass arrests, and activate the emergency broadcast system. Military raids in Ukraine, the U.S., and beneath the Vatican's bioweapon labs, black ops financing, off-ledger accounts, and generations of global wealth theft, as deep state networks are neutralized in underground bases and foreign strongholds. The QFS is intercepting every financial transaction, freezing illicit funds, and redirecting stolen wealth back to the people. Starlink's classified AI codenamed Prometheus is now operating as QFS's eyes and ears. Every corrupt communication is intercepted. The deep state has lost its money, its networks, and its future. The final straw for Trump came when Al-Qaeda publicly encouraged U.S. Muslims to wage jihad and assassinate Trump, Vance, and Musk, plus 200 Democrat-backed NGOs planned to launch coordinated Antifa attacks on 1,500 U.S. cities on Saturday, June 4th, Trump's birthday, Flag Day, and the 250th celebration of the military. All was in coordination with that U.S. Army 250th anniversary military parade in Washington, D.C. that celebrated America's return to concepts of the original Constitution and the new Republic. The fall of the deep state globalist cabal had already been accomplished through last week's activation of the global currency reset of 209 nations' gold asset-backed currencies. Trump had invoked 10 U.S. Code 12406, authorizing full military control in defined states. He was now enforcing federal authority with force, starting with California, but extending to every sanctuary city harboring cartel-linked criminals and foreign assets. A Department of Homeland Security memo confirmed that 20 million illegals faced deportation. Cartel operatives, foreign agitators, and domestic collaborators would be processed through temporary offshore detention sites before facing Gitmo military tribunals. Charges of sedition and treason loomed for LA Mayor Karen Bass, California Governor Gavin Newsom, and multiple Democrat Congresspeople. You won't hear about any of this on the news, although Trump had control over the mainstream media through a recent takeover of news satellites via the Quantum Starlink satellite system. Newscasters had been ordered quiet, which gave the global military alliance better control to accomplish their task of taking down the deep state. On Friday, June 13, Julian Assange reported that LA was under military occupation as Trump crushed globalist insurrection. Los Angeles has become ground zero in a foreign-funded war against America. George Soros, Klaus Schwab, and the Democrat cartel have unleashed their final assault, weaponizing mobs, cartels, and deep state puppets to collapse the republic from within. Trump strikes back. On June 10, 2025, President Trump deployed Marines, National Guard, and federal tactical units to retake the city. Armored convoys roll through East LA. Black Hawks dominate the sky. Armed federal units hunt cartel death squads, hiding in sanctuary zones protected by treasonous local officials. This is not protest. This is engineered warfare. Encrypted foreign transmissions guide flush mobs. DHS confirms. Foreign operatives embedded among agitators. Massive funding flows from Soros-backed NGOs. WEF-linked Shell Core and elite-controlled crypto networks tied to Qatar, Davos, and Switzerland. Gavin Newsom and deep state traders exposed. Whistleblowers leaked documents showing California's government laundering foreign funds through WEF-connected fronts to bankroll sanctuary cities and protect foreign insurgents. Target ICE. The mobs are directed to attack ICE strongholds. The final line defending U.S. sovereignty, MS-13 guides and the riots. Protesters chant, "No borders, no nations," as they torch American flags. Trump unleashes the purge. DHS memos confirm 20 million illegals to face deportation. Cartel operatives, foreign agitators, and domestic collaborators will be processed through the temporary offshore detention sites before facing Gitmo military tribunals. Charges of sedition and treason loom for Karen Bass, Gavin Newsom, and multiple Democrat congressmen. This is war. The deep state seeks total domination, biometric control, social credit tyranny, and open borders chaos. LA is the first battlefield. If Trump wins, the globalist machine crumbles. If not, Phoenix, Dallas, Miami are next. Be prepared. Phones may briefly go dark. The internet restricted and mainstream media crashed, while the global military alliance performed thousands of mass arrests on treasonous traitors worldwide. The quantum grid under military protection would broadcast news to cell phones, radio, and TVs across the globe. 10 Days of Darkness, Nasara Jasar on Telegram. The 10 Days of Darkness, the military's final play, preparations for a global blackout, dubbed the 10 Days of Darkness, were now in final countdown. During this period, mass arrests will be executed and the emergency broadcast system will disseminate unfiltered truths. Special forces were being deployed to eliminate rogue elements while critical infrastructure is secured. On Tuesday, June 10th, the first wave of public disclosures began, not through CNN or BBC, but through raw, unfiltered, QFS-verified broadcasts across secure global nodes. Every piece of documentation, every tribunal session, every sealed indictment will be opened. The EBS was imminent. When it hits, you'll witness the fall of the media, the banks, the elite, and their demonic empire. Every screen will broadcast the truth. Wars, rumors of wars, demonstrations, riots. Friday, June 13th, EBS alert is imminent. JFK awakening Q17 on Telegram. A 72-hour media blackout was imminent while 7,000 plus sealed indictments would be executed. Full disclosure would be broadcast of election fraud, vax genocide, economic sabotage. Major public announcement at any moment alert. Scheduled broadcasts and official statements. All signs point to a major public announcement at any moment. Government and media sources hint at coordinated emergency broadcast system tests and press briefings this week. Expect official statements from financial authorities confirming the reset, possibly unveiling new currency rates or debt cancellation policies. Be ready. When the signal goes out, millions will see proof of the new system. EBS testing encrypted test alerts have already been reported in several regions. A full-scale broadcast to all networks may occur tonight or tomorrow to confirm the launch. Authority statements. Central bank governors and financial ministers are on standby to speak publicly. Briefings will emphasize transparency, sovereignty, and the end of financial tyranny. System status. Technical monitoring dashboards are green across the board. I've confirmed that core QFS servers are handling simulated transaction loads flawlessly with no errors. Market readiness. Even traditional financial markets are adjusting. Stock exchanges and currency platforms are poised to switch to the new asset-backed basis. New exchange rates may be published within hours. The pieces are in place for history to unfold. Prepare to witness the global reset. Keep your notifications on, and when alerts arrive, follow the provided steps immediately. Trust the process. Our era of true economic freedom is here. Friday, June 13th, Civil War alert. Deep State prepares Flag Day attack. Military lockdown activated. June 14th is no celebration. It's a trap. Under the cover of a military parade, U.S. Army forces are flooding Washington, D.C. This is not a show. This is battlefield. Friday, June 13th, order confirmed. Iran's top command exterminated. Strike America and Trump will annihilate you. Friday, June 13th, boom, the storm is upon us. Trump's final code unleashed. A prophetic signal on June 13th, one day before his 79th birthday. What comes next is biblical. Friday, June 13th, breaking. Israel wipes out IRGC leaders as Iranians celebrate. Friday, June 13th, Israel continues to attack Iran. Friday, June 13th, Iran has launched multiple missiles. Missiles now heading towards Israel. Friday, June 13th, we have the answer for who are the people in lime green hats at the anti-ICE riots. And Friday, June 13th, California interim governor Debbie Foley. We have an interim governor of the California Republic, 1849, and we are taking the land and our property back from the corporation. Friday, June 13th, the governor of Missouri has declared a state of emergency and activated the National Guard in response to the nationwide anti-ICE riots and violent uprisings. Thursday, June 12th, the situation has now become even more bizarre. 2025. Friday, June 13th, before leaving office, Democrats sent $260 million to George Soros. American taxpayers are literally paying for our own ICE riots, thanks to Democrats. EBS on Telegram. Friday, June 13th, and Friday, June 13th, LAPD Chief of Police Jim McDonnell confirms the Los Angeles rioters are being paid. Reports of mysterious ads offering to pay up to $12,500 per week for rioters. What we think we know as of Saturday, June the 14th. Objectives of Operation White Swan under President Trump. Dismantle the deep state infrastructure, neutralize bioweapon programs, collapse black budget pipelines, and accelerate global restoration under the quantum financial system. Quantum financial system on Telegram. Directive Omega. Since June 1st, QFS military cyber teams have initiated Directive Omega, collapsing the SWIFT system and transferring 97% of global financial operations into quantum secured surveillance. Over $89 trillion in deep state assets tied to human trafficking, war funding, pharma monopolies, and political blackmail have been seized. Vatican gold reserves, BlackRock control nodes, and Swiss offshore accounts are now locked under Earth Alliance command. Quantum Financial System on Telegram. Friday, June 13th. Breaking. Japan declares state of emergency after nanobots detected in 96 million citizens. Bioinvasion confirmed. Friday, June 13th. Breaking. Fauci indicted for 107,357 counts of negligent homicide. New Zealand drops the hammer as 14 nations issue global arrest warrants. Pentagon audits confirm the IRS is effectively obsolete. The IMF is collapsing and international tax law is being rewritten under GSAR protocols. The Federal Reserve has lost its command functions. Quantum nodes are executing wealth redistribution on global scale. Debt forgiveness, asset-backed digital currency, and restitution wallets for every nation sabotaged by central banking tyranny. Quantum Financial System on Telegram. Thursday, June 12th, Stanley, Idaho is becoming the graveyard of the deep state. Over 35 earthquakes from 1.9 to 4.0 in 24 hours were hammering the Sawtooth Fault, collapsing deep state final hideouts, turning Idaho into the next Gitmo but underground. Facilities beneath the surface control seismic suppression tech, geosurveillance, labs, and media outlets. Wow, the deep state built these labs. The earthquakes are the opening cracks. The collapse is imminent. They're scrambling to bury evidence, collapse entrances, or unleash chaos. Friday, June 13th, Quantum Financial System and gold-backed rainbow currency is live. Massive raids in London, Zurich, Hong Kong. Gold, weapons, blackmail seized. Visa and MasterCard are being phased out. Zim bonds are being redeemed now, and bondholders are being contacted. NDAs are mandatory. Possible timing, global currency reset. Wednesday, June 11th. Huge news for currency holders. Iraqi dinar news today. On Forex, dinar international rate $4.90. Dong international rate $3.10. Thursday, June 12th. Although not yet announced, SCOTUS decided if Ken and Barbie versus Goliath IRS case was worthy of clarification, answering the question, is there a law requiring citizens to pay income tax to the independently owned by cabal bankers IRS? As of Friday the 13th, the gold-backed rainbow currency was live. Zim bonds were being redeemed. Certain bondholders were being contacted. NDAs were mandatory. Redemption centers were under military lockdown. Biometric scanners, encrypted systems. Infiltrators were being identified and detained. Nisara Jasara QFS on Telegram, Friday, June 13th, 2025. Saturday, June 14th was Flag Day, Trump's birthday, and the U.S. Army's 250th anniversary parade at the National Mall in Washington, D.C. The parade would serve as confirmation that America was back under constitutional rule. Also on the 14th was the beginning of the rollout of Nisara debt relief that would go to July 4th. The day could also include announcement of the new gold-backed U.S. note. Plus, on that same Saturday, June 14th, the Democrats' Chinese Communist Party and Antifa have funded and armed illegal immigrants to create chaos and riots in more than 1,500 U.S. cities, chaos that they would blame on Trump. Sunday, June 15th, EBS goes live, according to FBI Director Kash Patel. Each citizen will receive a one-time secure code, instructions for wallet activation on the new global quantum financial Starlink satellite system. Confirmation of debt wipe status and access to the Sovereign Fund dashboard. Mid-June 2025, under Trump's Patriot Wealth Directive, restitution and reparation payouts begin mid-June. Gold-backed compensation for every theft you endured. Around Sunday the 15th and Monday the 16th of June, expect minor banking downtimes, signaling the final global financial switchover to full QFS integration. On Monday, June 16th, Project Odin active. Worldwide blackout, martial law, arrests, global currency reset, call to fast and pray, freedom from debt. On Friday, June 20th, worldwide emergency alert, U.S. military stationed in 360 cities, anticipating a Supreme Court announcement on the Brunson voter fraud case. which would dissolve Congress and the Biden administration. It's official. As of Monday, June 23rd, redemption centers will begin processing live appointments under full GESARA protocol, according to sources inside 2 U.S. Treasury branches. The schedule was already being populated with approved Tier 4B participants. This is the moment we've all prepared for. Emergency broadcast system, White Hats on Telegram. Between Sunday, June 29th and Friday, July 4th, expect an EBS bank blackout period while systems adjusted to the new currency rates and global financial system. Friday, July 4th, public announcement of new American Republic under the concepts of the original Constitution, and official rollout of the global currency reset. And Tuesday, June 10th, it's official. As of June 23rd, redemption centers will begin processing live appointments under full GESARA protocol, Julian Assange on Telegram. According to sources inside 2 U.S. Treasury branches, the schedule's already being populated with approved Tier 4B participants. This is the moment we've all prepared for. The redistribution has begun. We're no longer about to, we're now in motion. What happens at redemption centers? You'll confirm your identity through biometric authentication. Your Zim, Dinar, and Dong holdings will be verified and exchanged at asset-backed rates. You'll receive a digital quantum card tied directly to your sovereign QFS wallet. You'll be briefed on post-exchange asset management, debt clearance, and project support funds. Locations are tightly controlled. No drop-ins. You'll receive your time slot via direct encrypted alert. Be ready. Security protocols. These facilities are protected by military-grade encryption and surveillance. All activity is recorded through the quantum ledger and cannot be erased. Global financial crisis. The QFS was the takeover of the central bank monetary debt system to end the financial slavery and control over the populace. The QFS is an advanced financial system launched to eradicate monopoly or monetary system, and for that purpose, a system comprises of artificial intelligence and complex computer programs fully backed by banks is needed. The quantum financial system was a breakthrough in the world of banking, which will lead to a new era of banking. QFS will not be influenced by government policies. Rather, it will be entirely backed by tangible assets like gold, platinum, silver, and will not be based upon mere pieces of paper which have no evidentiary value. National Quantum Initiative Act. GESARA Nasara QFS on Telegram. Tuesday, June 10th, new intel confirms that over 60% of all major central bank communication hubs was no longer under cabal control. Mr. Poole on Telegram. What replaced them isn't just a monitoring system. It's a live quantum oversight protocol governed by AI integrated alliance nodes. Every transfer, every internal ledger adjustment, every fiat-based swap is logged, intercepted, and permanently blocked if non-compliant with asset-backed standards. In Berlin, high-level Deutsche Bundesbank officials have been forced into blackout sessions. Translation: diplomatic immunity revoked, data logs seized, private servers extracted by Space Force units under protective jurisdiction. Germany's digital gold certificate program, once a covert slush fund, is now under QFS audit. What they promised to governments doesn't exist, but what they stole from the people does. The World Bank has entered collapse protocol. Their Nairobi satellite office, a key node for siphoning climate funds through synthetic ESG initiatives, was shut down yesterday under military enforcement. Files recovered include hundreds of forged documents, contracts tied to shell tribes, extinct zones, and ghost villages. All fake recipients for decades of funding diversion. At the same time, U.S. Federal Reserve branches in Atlanta, Minneapolis experienced technical anomalies, the term used internally for grid disconnection from legacy Swift rails. What it really means, they've been cut off. All attempts to bypass QFS validation through international crypto corridors have failed. Binance data centers are under surveillance. Ripple was complied. Tether is next. And yet the public still believes the economy is recovering because the facade hasn't fallen yet. But when it does, it will happen fast. Legacy credit scores obsolete, taxation tracking systems archived, personal debt structures already mapped for erasure. The final phase involves mass psychological transition. This is why the quantum communication network was built in parallel, to replace media control and guide the awakening without panic. Trial broadcasts have already occurred in 11 zones. If you didn't notice them, you were not tuned into the right signal. This isn't theory. This is what happens when the script flips. The people were never meant to lose. They were meant to rise once the parasites collapse under their own greed. Stay sharp. Monitor every tremor. The silence is strategic and it won't last. Restored Republic. Friday, June 13th, worldwide military takeover. QFS is now in full control. QFS on Telegram. The final phase has begun. Over 300,000 troops have been deployed across the globe in a coordinated military operation to dismantle the deep state, initiate mass arrests, and activate the emergency broadcast system. But behind the scenes of this historic takedown lies the true power shift. The quantum financial system has silently seized control of the entire global financial grid. The collapse of the old world is not coming, it's happening. As deep state networks are neutralized in underground bases and foreign strongholds, QFS is intercepting every financial transaction, freezing illicit funds, and redirecting stolen wealth back to the people. The Federal Reserve has already been rendered obsolete. Central banks are collapsing like dominoes. The fiat matrix has been overtaken by military-grade quantum protocols, unhackable, sovereign, and out of reach of globalist influence. This is no longer theoretical. QFS is online, active, and issuing full control over monetary flows in real time. Military raids in Ukraine, the U.S., and beneath the Vatican have revealed more than trafficking tunnels and bioweapons. Inside elite vaults and hidden archives were QFS detectable ledgers. Evidence of black ops financing, off-ledger accounts, and generations of global wealth theft. These ledgers are now in the hands of the Alliance. With them, QFS is mapping and recovering every dollar, gold bar, and asset ever laundered through the system. Starlink's classified AI codenamed Prometheus is now operating as QFS's eyes and ears, every corrupt communication intercepted, every shadow fund tracked. EMP-enabled satellites have already wiped out major deep state command nodes across Greenland, Norway, and the Pacific. This is not just about war. This is about total financial liberation. QFS is not the future. It is the present. The emergency broadcast system will reveal what the world was never meant to know, that for over a century humanity was enslaved through debt, interest, and digital illusion. Now student loans, mortgages, and credit cards are vanishing. New QFS-linked banks are forming under military oversight, free of interest, fraud, or globalist control. Wealth, once buried in offshore accounts, is now being reassigned through secure biometric access to citizens around the world. This is the real storm. The deep state has lost its money, its networks, and its future. The quantum financial system now holds the power, and nothing can stop what comes next. Friday, June 13th, deep state bunkers being destroyed. Gitmo transfers underway. Mr. Pull on Telegram. Over 35 earthquakes in 24 hours. Not natural, not random, targeted strikes. Stanley, Idaho, population under 150. Now the epicenter of a war beneath the surface. Earthquakes from 1.9 to 4.0 are hammering the Sawtooth Fault. But this is not geology. This is white hat warfare. The Sawtooth Fault was discovered in 2010 after deep state labs already mapped it decades earlier. A 40-mile weaponized rift capable of 7.0 plus quakes running directly beneath covert military installations, hidden domes, and black ops labs. In 2020, a 6.5 quake liquefied the land. Beaches vanished. That was not nature. It was a test run. June 2025, the swarm returns, but this time it's Trump's turn. Locals report black helicopters, unmarked trucks, roadblocks disguised as fire control. Classified seismic imaging confirms underground facilities. HARP, deep drilling, and seismic weapons now targeting these domes. This is not natural. This is precisely engineered takedowns of deep state bunkers. Trump's 2025 military operations are collapsing their final hideouts, turning Idaho into the next Gitmo, but underground. The USGS calls it natural. The media stays silent. Why? Because the same elites behind BlackRock, Vanguard, and Gates control seismic suppression tech, geosurveillance, and media outlets. They built these labs, now they're watching them fall. The Department of Energy secretly dispatched geological teams. Starlink satellites ran low-orbit scans over the fault, and Trump's quantum communications warned, watch the mountains. The assault has begun. Idaho holds hydroelectric facilities and critical freshwater reserves. If the deep state cannot protect their bunkers, they will sabotage America's water and power. The Texas blackout of 2021 was only the rehearsal. This is resource warfare disguised as nature. The earthquakes are the opening cracks. The collapse is imminent. They are scrambling to bury evidence, collapse entrances, or unleash chaos, but it's too late. Trump knows, military intel knows, now you know. Stanley, Idaho is becoming the graveyard of the deep state. The quakes are the sound of their cage door slamming shut. Prepare. The exposure phase has begun. Trump's silent war is now roaring. Watch the quakes. Follow the silence. Trust nothing. Friday, June 13th. Civil War alert. U.S. Army masses troops in D.C. under the cover of parade as Democrat militants plan attacks on Flag Day. June 14th, Julian Assange on Telegram. What they are calling a celebration is a battlefield staging. On June 14th, Flag Day, and President Trump's birthday, the U.S. Army will be fully deployed in Washington, D.C., not for show, but for shield. Sources confirm armored units, surveillance drones, and heavy infantry now positioned across the Capitol, massed behind the banner of a patriotic parade, but behind the curtain a domestic insurgency brews. Democrat-aligned militant networks have declared June 14th a national day of direct action. These are not protesters. These are tactically connected cells instructed to sabotage infrastructure, overwhelm federal zones, and ignite chaos in multiple U.S. cities simultaneously. From Portland to Phoenix, D.C. to Atlanta, every pressure point is being targeted. Their goal, cripple law enforcement, fracture national unity, and force a constitutional crisis on live television. The launch begins June 13th, the day before the parade. A new insurgent umbrella group calling itself the No Kings Movement plans to occupy central D.C. in a false protest framed around anti-fascism and anti-monarchy rhetoric. But behind the slogans, this is cover for militant entry and confrontation. Over 6,000 troops are now stationed in the region. If a spark hits, the city becomes a flashpoint. The Biden loyal media is silent, and the Trump administration is quiet, not in fear, but in strategy. Multiple insiders suggest Trump's military planners are letting the enemy walk into its own exposure. Flag Day could become a trap, day of arrest, a day of reckoning. Meanwhile, more than 4,000 National Guard troops have just landed in Los Angeles. Reports of pre-positioned tactical teams in Arizona, Georgia, and Florida point to a multi-state readiness protocol now in motion. This is not training. This is not symbolic. The U.S. is on the edge of coordinated civil conflict. The narrative is being held together with duct tape. But patriots see the pattern. Controlled riots, funded unrest, strategic timing, always near key dates, always under deep state protection. But not this time. With Trump back in command and real-time intelligence flowing through uncorrupted channels, the ambush may flip, and those sent to destabilize could be the ones surrounded. June 14th is no longer just Flag Day, it's war protocol. The battle for America may be hours away.
So let's just see if I have this right. This supposed riot in defiance of ICE and deportation has elements of Islamicism, anti-Semitism, and communism. Well, yes, this is the Marxist insurrection. And what is happening right now is everything I have warned you about for a very, very, very long time. It is finally here. Now, Revolutionary Ron and Union del Barrio, or Unionistas, like they used to be called, are but just one of the radical Marxist groups allied with Islamists who are right now active in Los Angeles. In fact, there's so many groups active in this Marxist revolution that it has become hard to track it. That is also by design, and they spread the money out. Every day you'll see on the news how another claim of how some random radical leftist group is coordinating people now all over the country. And they are, just to name a few, financial ties like the Answer Coalition, the People's Forum, a Marxist married couple that really loves the Chinese Communist Party. They're pouring all kinds of money into this.
Friday, June 13th, breaking. Trump deploys National Guard in Los Angeles, California, under military liberation. Ben Fulford on Telegram. Code Green. Trump has activated full federal authority. Over 2,000 National Guard troops are now on the ground in Los Angeles under direct command from President Donald J. Trump. This is not peacekeeping. This is battlefield control. California's lockdown, not for the people, but against the traitors. Newsom has surrendered. Deep state assets are trapped. Los Angeles is no longer under state control. California National Guard is now federalized. The chain of command runs straight to Trump. At exactly 1900 Pacific Standard Time, convoys rolled in, checkpoints formed, federal IDs only, power surges, blackouts, airspace reroutes, all signals of an active military operation. This is not symbolic. This is war. Why California? Because it was the crown jewel of the deep state, a cesspool of CIA fentanyl pipelines, child trafficking networks, Antifa war rooms, big tech censorship bunkers. Trump did not just pick a target, he chose ground zero. The moment Newsom folded, sources confirm, Newsom was presented with an ultimatum: relinquish all control of the Guard or face tribunal level prosecution. He cracked. The Guard is now answering to the Constitution, not corruption. This shift is legal, activated under Title 32 and covert executive orders from Trump's first team that were never revoked. On the ground, reports pouring in. Black vans marked U.S. mail seen extracting targets. Federal troops blocking major intersections. Zero local insignia. These are federal enforcers. Communications blackouts in targeted zones. The plan: reclaim, seize, arrest. This is a multi-phase sting operation. Goals: reclaim the streets, seize cartel infrastructure, arrest embedded deep state agents, lock down voter fraud hubs. The mainstream media won't cover it. That's not neglected. That's part of the op. Disinformation and silence are the smoke cover for precision takedowns. Next steps: full blackout in LA. Classified leaks hit back channels. Arrests in Portland, Chicago, New York City. COG protocols activated nationwide. This is not the beginning of martial law. This is the end of deep state control. Trump holds the sword. The republic rises. They never thought he'd do it. They thought he lost, but tonight he's back as commander-in-chief. This is 1776 reborn. Phase 1 has ignited. Brace for Phase 2. Friday, June 13th, the CIA and USA playbook for the LA riots. Classified documents have been uncovered that reveals how the CIA plans out and sets off riots to destabilize governments. As for civil unrest here in the U.S., Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem claimed on Monday that demonstrators in Los Angeles were being paid and the ongoing riots were part of a professional operation. Mel Gibson on Telegram. These are organized. These are people that are being paid to do this. You can follow how they behave, the signals they give to each other in these crowds and these protests to instigate violence. Kristi Noem. Noem claimed the Trump administration now has evidence that the Los Angeles riots are an organized plot against the U.S. government, but did not reveal what they had found out. These declassified documents were recently brought to light that protesters in Los Angeles were being paid thousands of dollars to riot against the Trump administration. In a 92-page playbook written in 1983, officials mapped out how they would pay criminals and other agitators to ramp up anger among ethnic minorities and students with the goal of having them riot in the streets. The secret CIA dossier exposes its playbook for hiring professional protesters to start violent riots, which are then used to topple and take over governments. This is Operation Gladio, and it's been going on for decades. USAID explicitly organized riots, then blocked even the CIA's top analysts and Congress from asking questions. The peaceful protest facade is just a mask for a planned and highly funded color revolution on our own government. The JFK files showed and exposed the secret CIA dossier and their playbook for hiring professional protesters to start violent riots. Mass propaganda, political, psychological warfare, biological warfare, global media control, regime change, etc. There's so many obvious connections from back then to now, which expose exactly how they do it. While they continue doing it today, it's the same dog doing the same tricks. And the majority of it is from taxpayer dollars in the form of humanitarian aid. This is why U.S. aid and other programs were so important to them, to be exposed to show the people and to shut off their money machine. The CIA document declassified in 2023 explained how agents would take control and organize mass gatherings and steer them towards violence against governments believed to be acting against the interests of the U.S. intelligence community. The control of mass meetings in support of guerrilla warfare is carried out internally through a covert commando element, bodyguards, messengers, shock troops, incident initiators, poster carriers, also used to give signals, and slogan shouters, all under the control of the external commando element, CIA officials wrote. Intelligence officials broke down this plot into several steps. Starting with a front organization, guerrillas infiltrate groups like labor unions or student organizations, secretly controlling them to push anti-government ideas. Next, guerrillas used armed propaganda, acting friendly, helping communities, and showing that their weapons protect the people, not control them in order to gain their trust. Slogans and speeches would then provide simple, emotional sayings to excite crowds and focus their anger on the government.
Tomorrow when the riots kick off all across the country and you're surprised to see people wearing MAGA gear, carrying American flags, don't be, because that's exactly what they're planning.
Hey, hear me out. Let's go to this protest wearing MAGA shit. Nothing but MAGA shit. American flags, MAGA hats, MAGA shirts, confuse the fuck out of everyone. If everyone showed up to these protests against the cops wearing MAGA shit, like nothing but MAGA shit, pull up in pickup trucks with MAGA flags, I'm talking the whole nine, make it look like MAGA is there. Getting pissed.
It's not just some random dude on TikTok who decided to put a video out. This is everywhere, all over X. They're sharing links to be able to go out and buy MAGA gear. It's in their Discord servers. It's in their Reddit channels. They're talking about it all over the place. In fact, Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna put a tweet out just today warning the American people of what you're going to see. They're planning to dress to look like you to convince the American people that MAGA are the ones who are out rioting and being violent. But the question that needs to be asked is, what exactly are they planning to do? Because if they think dressing up in MAGA to make MAGA look bad, it means they have to be willing to do something that they think is going to make MAGA look bad. So what is that something that they have planned?
Not how stupid these people are. They're brilliant. So the Homo carpensis originally came here to conquer this planet. They landed in the Pontic Steppes, which is in Ukraine, and they spread from there into what were called the Hebrew people or the Jewish people. So the Jewish people are good people, but why they got such a bad name is they took over the top. They move up into the top, infiltrate, and completely take it over. And so they set up the Rothschilds, they set up the Rockefellers, they set up Israel, They through the all the various agreements, Sykes-Picot, the transfer agreement, all of that. This is all part of their, see the planning, long range planning, thousands of years.
Exposed. They used your money to destroy Trump and silence the truth. QFS on Telegram. The regime's warned the American people is no longer hidden. Documents now confirm what many feared. A foreign-based operation funded by U.S. taxpayer dollars was weaponized to shut down Trump's voice, bankrupt conservative media, and control everything you see. The Global Disinformation Index, based in the UK and backed by the National Endowment for Democracy, received millions under the pretense of fighting foreign disinformation, but its real target was domestic. President Trump, the America First movement, and any media outlet that did not align with the globalist narrative. From 2021 to 2023, over $1.25 million was funneled to GDI's U.S. arm, AN Foundation. Their mission: label conservative voices high risk, blacklist them from advertising, and destroy their financial infrastructure. Newsmax, Daily Wire, New York Post all flagged, censored, and cut off from funding. The result, over $100 million in ad revenue lost in just 15 months. The goal wasn't media reform, it was coordinated political sabotage. True, Trump was not just censored. He was targeted in a global operation involving GDI, the SPLC, big tech, and intelligence-linked NGOs. These groups did not just track narratives. They created blacklists, manipulated search algorithms, and fed justification for bans across every major platform. All of it approved behind closed doors, protected under the illusion of saving democracy. What they really built was a digital guillotine, and you were the target. This was not just a domestic plot. The same suppression models are now being exported globally. The State Department's Global Engagement Center is training foreign governments in censorship protocols. The UN, WHO, Google, and AI coalitions are replicating it worldwide. What started as fact-checking has evolved into total narrative control. They now bury with algorithms, but the exposure of GDI cracks the system wide open. The question now isn't whether this is happening. The question is how much longer the people will tolerate.
Woke up to the news of the big Israeli attack on Iran. But to be honest, if I think about it hard, it doesn't really change very much. What's really happening is that the owners of the United States of America Corporation have not been able to get enough gold to prevent their bankruptcy. This is the real story. They were trying to get Iran to hand over Persian gold, the legendary gold of the Persian Empire, to help keep their corporation going, because at the highest level of international finance, they don't accept paper. They accept only things that really exist, and the people controlling that entire fake Zionist show in Washington, D.C. and in Tel Aviv are being isolated by the international community. Now remember, this has never been about Iran getting nuclear weapons. The first time that Israel said that Iran was about to get nuclear weapons was in 1992. They'd said they'd have it in a couple years, and that was 33 years ago. And then since then they've been saying they're gonna get it in a few months. Iran has always had, or they've had nuclear weapons ever since George Bush Sr. gave them missiles equipped with neutron bombs, people but leave buildings intact. And I got that information from the son of the Shah of Iran directly. During the Iraq War, the Iranians offered to hand these missiles back to the United States. President Obama refused. The point being that this is all fake. And I think what triggered the attack at this moment was just sheer desperation. The other thing is that the Iranians were given a huge cache of Israeli nuclear documents. And one of the most damning things in those documents, I'm sure I get the name right here, is that the head of the International Atomic Energy Association, IEAE, the people who are supposed to be overseeing the nuclear negotiations with Iran, is actually a MOSSAD agent by the name of Rafael Grossi. So basically, the Iranians had documents to prove that this whole nuclear thing was fake and that the IAEA was a fake, compromised institution. So what they do, they try to blow everything up. But remember the Mossad motto, through deception thou shalt wage war. And I guarantee you, they're wildly exaggerating the extent of their attack on Iran. And Israel is a tiny place. It's no bigger than New Jersey. And if the Iranians wanted to, they could wipe it out with hypersonic non-nuclear missiles. And as far as I can tell, the U.S. military is not going to fight for Israel. A lot of other things that are happening that they're trying to distract us from. The big one, of course, being the L.A. riots, which were obviously hired goons. And I want you to look at this clip here about how this is done and has been done for the ages, and through the ages, how they call it gladio or whatever. They send in terrorists, people cause mayhem in order to justify a takeover. And this is clearly what's been happening in Los Angeles. And another reason these riots are being instigated, or were being instigated in LA, is to cover up for the fact that investigations are closing in on a major arson attack on that city. For those who can't remember that far back, LA was hit with a massive arson attack. And now take a look at this video showing how all the fires in LA started simultaneously. This was not some kind of act of nature. This was deliberate sabotage. So these criminals are cornered, they're dangerous, they're trying all sorts of things that have failed. The United States corporation needs to be bankrupted and replaced with something new. That process is underway. There are negotiations taking place behind the scenes, and I am involved in those negotiations, but hopefully this entire Zionist nightmare will end soon. But you can tell Israel really is over this time, because none of their allies have supported this attack. Even the U.S. officially is not supporting this attack. There are bribed and compromised elements in the U.S., especially CENTCOM, who might go along with this, but overall the U.S. military understands that their job is to defend the United States, not the criminal regime of Israel. So it really does look like an end game for that whole country, and a lot of other things will be happening. There was an airplane crash in India, and my sources say that 2 British agents on board that plane who had compromising material on the Bilderberg people meeting this weekend, it was taken down remotely. And so at this point, almost all the plane crashes we've seen in recent years have been deliberate sabotage, because in the 1990s they put in mechanisms on airplanes that allowed them to be remotely controlled against the will of the pilot. The idea was to stop hijacking, but it's been badly abused, and my view is that a criminal investigation should be opened against the Boeing Corporation to find out who has been using this remote control. Should not be allowed, and it will be paid for. But this is a sort of criminal regime that we're seeing that's on its last legs for sure. The other thing, of course, the other reason why they're freaking out and trying to start World War III is because the wheels of justice are grinding slowly but steadily towards their pedophile crimes.
Red alert! Israel has bombed Iran. Military at DEFCON 1 for nuclear holocaust. Transmission from Inside Intelligence War Room. Tulsi Gabbard on Telegram. Deep State planned insurrection for Saturday, June 14, 2025. Democrats, NGOs, and CCP working to trigger civil war and USA collapse. Dr. Naomi Wolf, Alex Jones. Brace for the next 72 hours, Mr. Poole on Telegram. Judy note, in a quest for power, leftist Democrats and deep state globalists, in cooperation with the Chinese Communist Party, Antifa and others wishing to take over America, were funding organized riots this week in a city near you. Actually, over 1,500 cities across the nation have been targeted for highly funded and organized riots on Saturday, June 14, 2025. These leftists have allowed millions of illegal immigrants into the U.S. to compromise our elections. Now, because ICE was deporting them, evil people were orchestrating funded protests and chaos. However, word was that Trump's military alliance seized the riot funds, and that was the reason protesters calmed down in LA on Thursday. They were not being paid. Providing we get through the pending nuclear war and riots this week, on Saturday, June 14, 2025, we will be celebrating our new republic under concepts of the original Constitution. In Washington, D.C., with a military parade, the corporation of the United States has fallen. What remains is the republic with the new quantum financial system active as its financial spine. Democrat-aligned militants have called for violent action on June 14th, American Flag Day. Radical cells, armed and trained, are ready to strike. Their orders cripple law enforcement, paralyze infrastructure, overwhelm federal response zones from D.C. to Atlanta, Portland, Phoenix, Chicago. This isn't protest. This is war. Deep State, No Kings operation activates Friday, June 13th, a day before the assault. The No Kings movement mobilizes in D.C. behind anti-monarchy propaganda. It's a front for radical insurgents preparing to ignite the first clash. Meanwhile, the U.S. Army said the military parade to celebrate 250 years and Flag Day will kick off at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time and conclude around 7:30 p.m. Following the parade, Trump was expected to attend an enlistment and re-enlistment ceremony. There will also be a concert at the Ellipse. The park south of the White House fence, and the U.S. Army Golden Knights team will parachute in, and President Trump with the U.S. flag. The evening will conclude with fireworks around 9:45. The bottom line was money, as it always was. The deep state hate Trump and did not want him elected because he would and now is taking away their laundered U.S. taxpayer money supply and giving it back to the people. NGOs, private non-government agencies, were funding the riots. The most prominent one was the owner of Walmart, who was funding and putting together 1,800 groups to protest in America. The Soros Group have supplied expensive headgear and distributed pallets of rocks and bricks to strategic locations. On Wednesday, June 11th, at a so-called Governor Gavin Newsom broadcast, he stood before the people with no voice. Newsom's handlers had scrambled to issue the broadcast, hoping to calm the storm, but what aired was a disaster. No audio, no authority, no leadership. Just a man mouthing lines for an operation that has already failed. Not a single word was transmitted, not because of technical failure, but because he's no longer allowed to speak. What the media called a movement was a smokescreen. His real objective was to protect tunnel access, off-grid data centers, and safe houses scattered from Beverly Hills to the port of Long Beach. But it failed. Trump's forces breached the entry points. New York City and LA protesters have confessed they were being paid $200 a day to cause chaotic disruption and were being supplied with expensive headgear, weapons, and pallets of bricks and rocks to do it. The man seen distributing tens and thousands of dollars worth of face shields in Los Angeles to rioters has been identified as Alejandro Oriana, a known member of the Brown Berets, a radical Latino paramilitary group, and that are currently embedded in cities across the United States, promoting a communist takeover. Alex Jones. Los Angeles ICE protesters were literally filmed wearing the jackets of an NGO funded by George Soros. They also had break stations set up by another NGO that was funded by Soros. Their goal was evil. Their purpose was to destroy. They didn't care how they did it. They wanted to fight with you. They wanted a civil war in America. It's a trap. Stay away. Let Trump and the global military alliance handle it. Trump's first step was to arrest those causing the problem. Thursday, June 12th, Trump threatens to arrest Gavin Newsom. And Thursday, June 12th, OMG, Elon Musk just named the puppet masters of the LA riots. This is huge before it's news. Thursday, June 12th, military channels have gone fully encrypted. All open NATO comms now rerouted through QFS satellite link-ups under Space Force Command. Civilian perception, technical blackout. Brace for the next 72 hours. Mr. Poole on Telegram. Reality, coordinated takedown of rogue assets embedded in U.S. infrastructure. Evacuation orders in the Gulf were not precautionary. They were preemptive. Alliance intercepts confirm multiple launch codes activated from proxy cells embedded in Yemen and southern Iran. These are not independent actors. They are coordinated through compromised European intelligence nodes still under deep state control. Al-Qaeda chatter confirms green light status on high-profile assassination targets, not symbolic, not threats. Phase 7 activation confirmed. Assets in Atlanta, Phoenix, and Northern Virginia are being actively neutralized as of 0200 hours. The Antifa convergence is not spontaneous. It is being funded through crypto routes traced back to NGO fronts under Democrat protection. 250th U.S. Army Anniversary Parade was their flashpoint. The optics were staged, but the countermeasures were already in place. Phones going dark is not a failure, it's an initiation. Media servers are being pulled offline. Mainstream infrastructure will not return. QCN is preloaded, prepared, and waiting. The quantum broadcast grid will carry the message unfiltered. This is no longer speculation. It's mass exposure, military enforcement, and global reclamation in real time. Brace for the next 72 hours. What we think we know as of Friday, June 13th, 2025. Thursday, June 12th, Red Alert Holocaust Blueprint. In a DEFCON 1 warning to the American people, Tulsi Gabbard reveals the horrifying truth. The world is moments away from a nuclear holocaust engineered by political elites. Trump stands as the last line of defense. This is not politics. This is survival. Transmission from inside intelligence war room. Tulsi Gabbard on Telegram. Alert. Warning, Tulsi Gabbard exposes nuclear holocaust blueprint. We're at DEFCON 1. Commander, give the next order. And Thursday, June 12th, breaking. Military intel. U.S. forces mobilized in the Gulf. Trump commands silent withdrawals as strike operations target Iranian arsenals. June 12th, breaking. Marines storm Los Angeles after Newsom challenges Trump. Arrest me. Insurrection Act armed. Tom Homan strikes back. Thursday, June 12th, Democrat, Chinese, and U.S. Communist parties plan nationwide terror attacks in 1,500 U.S. cities to trigger a civil war blamed on Trump. All militaries at DEFCON 1 level prepare for a worldwide blackout. Julian Assange on Telegram. Thursday, June 12th, Biden committed treason while receiving millions from foreign entities hacking in tunnels beneath Biden's Ukraine property. Thursday, June 12th, Americans are getting paid. The gold transfer has begun. QFS on Telegram. As of Wednesday, June 11th, the largest financial operation in human history is underway. Quietly, irreversibly, and for the first time in generations, the American people are being repaid for over a century of stolen labor, illegal taxation, and financial deception. The Trump-aligned military alliance has activated the quantum gold reserve, and thousands have already begun receiving asset transfers directly tied to recovered elite vaults. This isn't Fort Knox. This is the off-ledger gold that the global elite buried through Rothschild proxy banks, post-war treaties and Vatican protection networks, hidden caches in Switzerland, the Philippines, Kazakhstan, and even Antarctica have been seized. Military recovery ops confirmed over 300,000 metric tons under control by March 2025. Now it's being funneled into the QFS, a gold-backed quantum secure system built outside the reach of central banks. Tier 4B disbursements have begun. Redemption centers are quietly operating under biometric verification. Americans enslaved by IRS fraud, student debt, and fiat currency theft are having their accounts replenished through QFS-issued quantum access cards, each one linked to a verified human identity and one-to-one backed by physical gold reserves. The media will not show this, but real people are seeing balances restored and debt erased in real time. The QFS is military-grade and mathematically bulletproof. Transactions are processed via satellite, AI, tracked in biometric chains, and completely sealed off from Rothschild or BIS interference. SWIFT is obsolete, the IMF is crumbling, even the IRS is in final stage dismantling. The system that once enabled laundering, offshore hiding, and interest rate slavery has been neutralized. What comes next is massive and unstoppable. The Clinton Foundation's vaults are already shut. The Vatican's hoard is under military lock. The royal gold held by Crown Estates has been liquidated. Over 18 trillion, quadrillion in stolen global wealth is now under Space Force custody, and phase 2 of public redistribution is being prepared. Red state governors are working directly with Trump's team to roll out QFS state-level banking outside of Federal Reserve reach. Expect final cleanup operations to conclude this summer. By July, insiders report that public disclosure of the IRS takedown and elite vault seizures will begin. EBS activation remains on standby. The plan is in motion, quiet, calculated, irreversible. You're not witnessing a crash. You're witnessing a transfer from them to you, from darkness to value, from deception to truth. The financial resurrection has started. Trump is leading it from the front. Thursday, June 12th, the QFS is the takeover of the central bank monetary debt system to end the financial slavery and control over the populace. QFS on Telegram. The QFS is an advanced financial system launched to eradicate monopoly on monetary system, and for that purpose, a system comprises of artificial intelligence and complex computer programs fully backed by banks is needed. Quantum financial system would be a breakthrough in the world of banking, which will lead to a new era of banking. QFS will not be influenced by government policies. Rather, it will be entirely backed by tangible assets like gold, platinum, silver, and will not be based upon mere pieces of papers which have no evidentiary value. National Quantum Initiative Act. Thursday, June 12th, the global chokehold has snapped, but the final lockdowns are tactical. Mr. Poole on Telegram. Over the past 72 hours, 5 G7 aligned intelligence directors have resigned under sealed emergency clauses, not reported, not televised. Each one had direct links to digital currency laundering networks routed through UN development grants and post-conflict reconstruction funds, all of which now lead to closed accounts and frozen nodes inside QFS. In the Middle East, covert QFS audit teams backed by the alliance have verified that over $41 billion in stolen IMF loans were funneled through proxy shell states using forged humanitarian signatures. Those funds have been seized. The shell governments are next. The Brazilian central bank has been compromised. Internal logs show unauthorized money creation spiked days before the announcement of their new digital real, but the code was intercepted and rerouted the signal to intelligence command. Result: full traceability, instant asset freeze, and biometric confirmation of the architects. 2 have already been detained during private flights en route to Geneva. Meanwhile, inside the United States, several former Treasury operatives have been placed under protection after testifying on the internal sabotage of NISARA compliance protocols. These testimonies confirm what many suspected. Elements within the IRS and SEC were deliberately obstructing lawful disbursement to protect legacy bank systems. That protection is now gone. Underground payment gateways used by cartels, NGOs, and corrupt ministries are being wiped in real time. With every node that falls, a new QFS validator node rises. Faster, cleaner, incorruptible. The system is learning. The system is expanding. Silence around BlackRock, massive outflows, sudden board purges, but no headlines. Why? Because the firm was used as a global collateral buffer for unbacked derivatives. That structure collapsed 11 days ago, and now every pension fund tethered to it is being reevaluated under QFS-based asset validation. Many nations will quietly admit insolvency. They have no choice.